Hello and welcome to this, our 240th live stream, last of the winter tea. Uh, we want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, since we are on the cusp of Christmas. We will be doing a live stream on Boxing Day, so that's still going to go off as normal, and that will be our last live stream of the calendar year. So we're glad you could join us tonight, and we got a lot of channel business today. Okay, so uh, again, we want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. If you celebrate Christmas, and if not, Happy Hanukkah. Or if you celebrate nothing at all, well, we hope you still have a festive season. All right. What is Boxing Day? It's a fake. It's a fake holiday used by Canadian retailers. That's what it is.
The day your doorman.
Yeah, in some places you tip your doormen and all that. So, but it actually started off as a retail holiday. So it just 19th century retail holiday. So, Mama's in the house. Awesome. All right, let's get on with the rest of the channel business, and then we'll get back to the all the rest of this. Okay, we are finally going to announce the winners of the Ancient Egypt and the Bible Channel Lore Fan Fiction Writing Contest 2025, and we've got two honorable mentions, as well as the first, second, and third place. Okay. Honorable mention goes to an illustration of the sound Fennec Fox by Mr. Trash Rat. The second honorable mention goes to Portrait of Mr. EC by Mrs. Trash Rat. So that's very cool. Third place goes to Quest for the Mana Machine by Dr. Knott. Second place goes to Athael and Ashiel's Bizarre Adventure by Aeon Cybernesios. And then the first place winner of the Channel Lore Fan Fiction Writing Contest for November 2025 is An Ursine Tale by Sean Head. We want to thank everyone who participated in the writing contest. It was a very difficult contest to judge, but we appreciate all the people who pitched in and donated their work for judging. We will be sending you your electronic certificates shortly. Okay, so that covers the first piece of channel business. Next piece of channel business is that the Outstanding Creator Awards for Reliquary of the Dead came in today. And we were quite surprised. We took 2 awards and 5 honorable mentions. Okay. Reliquary of the Dead took second place in their Medal Round Champions, which is their highest level of honors. It took a first place in the science fiction category, which was always awesome. But what shocked me was the 5 honorable mentions. We got an honorable mention for Best World Building. We've got an honorable mention for Pierre Goulet as Best Character. We got another honorable mention for Alicia Stripes for Best Supporting Character. We got an honorable mention for Terry Brandt for Best Villain. And the one I kind of like the most, honorable mention for Ma'at for Cutest Character. So, so we're walking away from this one with 2 awards and 5 honorable mentions. So, this was a very nice way to start my Friday. Okay, so that was the Outstanding Creator Awards for 2025. Their Champion Awards, which is sort of their year-long combination of all sort of contests pitted against each other. So that was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Um, that makes the tally for the book so far. This book, Reliquary of the Dead, has now earned 6 awards and 5 honorable mentions. So very cool. So, and if you haven't bought the book already, please do so. And more importantly, please leave a review. Reviews really, really matter. So, we would really appreciate that if you did read the book, that you leave a book review on Amazon. It really matters. So, we want to thank everyone who's purchased this year and supported our efforts to reach the culture through fiction, because we think this is a really important work that we as Christian leaders can do. It's one thing to preach the gospel. It's one thing to answer your questions. It's another thing to engage those who have no contact or who would never step into a church with teaching and preaching. So we are really, really passionate about this work. And for those of you who don't know, we've also done the cover reveal for the 3rd book, which is on my Substack. So it's a really exciting time right now on the channel, and we are really thrilled to be able to bring this work out to you. Okay, we have one other thing, which is an unboxing. Okay, one of our subscribers, Strident Hermit, has sent us a care package, a gift for the end of the year, and it was really nice. So we are unboxing it here, and he gave us a bunch of stuff. He gave us a bag of hibiscus flowers, which is used for tea. He gave us a big old bag of Kicking Horse coffee. Full bean, I think. So this will be interesting. He also sent us a bag of dried elderberries. Not sure what I'm going to do with this yet, but we'll get creative with it. We also got a Splenda coffee creamer. Always nice. Two sticks of sausage, a chorizo salami, and a summer salami. Really, really nice. He also sent a jar of buckwheat honey. This thing weighs a ton. Really nice, though. Really nice gift. And finally, he sent us a coffee maker. I've never seen this kind of coffee maker before. It's one that's actually put on a stove. I don't even know how to use this. We'll figure it out. So, Strident Hermit, thank you very much for that very generous gift. We really appreciate it. And we hope you have a very Merry Christmas, too. Thank you so very much for your support. Okay. CPM, very common here in the Midwest. Yeah, buckwheat honey is very common in the Midwest. You can't really get it here, but it's very common. It's very good in barbecue sauce. Buckwheat honey makes excellent barbecue sauce. So, very cool. LCPM versus DOS. Oh, you mean the coffee pot everywhere? Yeah, I've never seen that kind of coffee pot before. It's one I've seen the French presses. drip coffee makers, various coffee makers. That's a new one for me. So, I've never seen that kind of coffee pot before. So we're gonna give it a go, see how it works. Okay, so I think that covers our channel business here. Let's call the mocha. Uh, okay. Well, it's the entire box is in French. The entire box is in French, so I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. Coffee pot, yeah. uh, Slammer asks, will that coffee work on electric stoves? It will work on mine because my electric stove has a heating element. So it'll work on my stove. I don't know if it'll work with an induction stove. So so Mama says, but as an Egyptologist, you should know French. Yeah, as a Canadian, I should know French too. I can read some French. My French literacy is not the best, but it's good enough. It gets by. Yeah. It gets by, but French people tell me don't speak it. My pronunciation is really awful. All right. So let's get into the channel rules and then get into the questions. All right. So that covers all our channel business for the week, hopefully. So, first thing, super chats have priority. Everyone should know that if you've been on YouTube any length of time. Second, non-super chat questions. If you post one, you have to begin it with a Q and a colon, otherwise we don't see it. Only post any non-super chat question once. We had a double offender tonight, actually, who did this, who posted the same question twice and got that disqualified. If it's something from the Bible, we do need some context, so we need the what book it's from, what chapter and verse, because we don't want to go hunting for it. We do allow people to sponsor non-super chats, and that's great, but copy the question into your super chat, so again, we don't have to hunt for it. And then finally, one question per chat. Otherwise, it gets into an unfair situation of question stacking, and we'll only take one of the questions at that point. So, the other thing is, you guys need to know is I had almost no sleep last night. Okay? I had a squirrel outside decide to throw pine cones at my window while I was sleeping. So I got no sleep last night, so I'm kind of bouncing off the walls here. So, um, so yeah, that's just. Yeah, we have a big fir tree right beside our window, and the squirrel just was pitching pine cones at it, seeing if it could make a bigger sound with each succeeding pine cone. John says the squirrel probably wanted to tell you something important. Yeah, feed him nuts. He's been watching us eat nuts inside. He's not happy about us not sharing. All right. So we'll start taking some non-super chats here, and the first one here is going to be way up. Where did I see here? Darkblade asks, do Sudanese hieroglyphs exist? The answer to that is yes, they do exist. They're copied from the Egyptian hieroglyphs. However, we're not exactly sure what the language is. These hieroglyphs can be found from the second to the fourth cataracts. So they are inside of Sudan, and what would be in the past called Nubia, which is Sudan. So they basically rip off Egyptian hieroglyphs and use it for their own writing system. But we don't know how to translate it yet. We don't have a. We've got some idea of some of them, but we're in the same sort of position as um, um, basically Egyptologists were before Champollion. So we got some guesses as to what the Sudanese hieroglyphs say. I mean, they look exactly like Egyptian hieroglyphs. They just don't read like Egyptian hieroglyphs. But we're guessing with those. So yeah, they do exist. They were basically a copy from the Egyptian hieroglyphs. We don't know the underlying language, so it's really hard to figure out what those mean. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat or the question. Very much appreciated. Mama says, "Do you have an Amazon wish list for those who simply want to get you to lovely, fun gifts?" We don't, because it's hard to put one together. Mrs. Producer says she'll put one together. Basically, common sense stuff. We're on a ketogenic diet, so anything ketogenic is really appreciated because that tends to get really,
And it's Amazon.ca.
Yeah, it's Amazon.ca. We recommend that people always order things through Amazon.ca, the Canadian version of Amazon, which you can do from the US. Okay, so that way it avoids all the border problems and tariffs and all that stuff. So CPM versus DOS says, "So I can't order you a whole roll of cheese," is what you're saying. Well, you can if you do it off of Amazon.ca. They have cheese.
Cheese would be great.
Yeah, cheese would be great. Hey, we got a cheese cave. We have no problems storing a lot of cheese. Oh boy. But yeah, Amazon.ca. That's the Canadian Amazon. I live in Canada, so cheese and sausage? Yeah, that works fine. That works great. Yeah, cheese and sausage works great. Again, because we can actually store that. And if you order through Canadian Amazon, it arrives to us within a couple days. It's our address, our PO box is on the Discord server, and we will post that again on the Discord server after we shut down the live stream tonight. So. Mama says, "I must curry favor with the alpha." mm. Bake Believe chocolate chips. I don't know how keto those are. I know Lily's is, but I've never used the Bake Believe brand. CPM versus DOS, send me your own book. Hey, we're those are actually pretty hard to get in Canada. Okay, you might not find those on Amazon. We've actually had some people say to us that they have a really difficult time getting our books through Amazon Canada. In fact, I knew one guy, a neighbor of mine who wanted to buy my books to support us. He had to go to the U.S. to get it. He had to have it shipped to his P.O. box in Washington State and then drive it back. So yeah, people sending me my own book, I mean, we would just resell it anyway if it was my own book, but but yeah, it's kind of hard to get my book in Canada. I mean, during the postal strike, I had a box of books stuck in Mississauga, waiting for customs clearance for 3 months. Yeah, getting my own book here is, yeah, not the not the easiest thing to do. Oh yeah, we can't get our t-shirts off our own merch site, so it's like that was horrible. We got to find a new vendor for them. Teespring's awful. Okay. CPM versus DOS. Do you live in Canada or South America? One on Earth? Yeah. Um. Yeah, Canada is becoming a lot like South America, right down to the whole crackdown on what you say and think too. And it's just getting worse. It's just getting worse. And it's not just the tariffs. I mean, the current government is trying to strip away religious liberties, so it's not helping. Thoughts on the tariffs doesn't do anyone any good. That's my thoughts on the tariffs. Mama says, you're not the first YouTube entity to say Teespring stinks. Yeah, they stink. The coffee cups were okay. The coffee cups honestly are the best thing that Teespring does. The shirts are kind of not great. Stickers are really super expensive. So, the coffee cups have worn reasonably well. So I'm okay with their coffee cups, their coffee mugs, but that's really the only thing they do that's half good. So Louis Sandoval, is Canada really bad for Christians? It's getting that way. Yeah, it's getting that way. If there's a violence against Christians or they burn your church down, please do nothing. Please do nothing. So, yeah, that's if they show up at all. So yeah, it's not great. It used to be. What's it? The recent was it Human Freedom Index, the one that just came out like this month. Canada dropped from 6th most free country to 12th. Okay, so we're losing freedoms here, left, right, and center because of government control. So Canada stan, yeah, it's not unfair. Okay, let's move on to the next non-super chat question. Let's see, where's the next one I saw here. Keeps learning. It says, if spirits and divine counsel are called sons of God, plural, in Job and Psalm 82. Psalm 82 is a bit iffy. Psalm 82 is an amphibole. The reference to sons of God is not just a reference to the council of gods. It's also a reference to human judges too. But he goes on, why does Hebrews 1:5 deny it? It doesn't. It just uses it in a different sense. Okay? Pull up our Bible here and we'll see. Okay. Hebrews 1:5 says, for to which of the angels did he ever say, thou art my son, today I have begotten thee? And again, I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. Now, what Hebrews 1:5 is doing here is it's using son in a different sense. It's not using it as, say, just an offspring or a created being by God, like you find with the sons of God. It's using it in a different way. It's using it as in that sort of that call sons of God, that that idea that Thou art my son, today I have begotten thee. That's a declaration of inheritance. That's that declaration of designated inheritor. Okay, so what's going on here is that Hebrews 1:5 is not denying Job or Psalm 82. What it's doing is it's using this in a is using son in a different way. Okay, so that's what's going on here. It's not a denial. It's a different nuance. It's a different nuance. It's a different use case of the word son. So as opposed to, say, a generic, say, created being like you find in, as I said, in Job and Psalm 82, it's using it in the sense of designated inheritor. So, and this would have been very apparent to those living in, say, the Mediterranean world at the time. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Next one. I did see one more that was... Darkblade asks, is the best villain honorable mention character the one based on the scumbag youth pastor? No. That appears more in the second book. This was about the first book. Okay, so this villain is the commander of the mission. Okay, so he's that guy. Okay, the ex football captain of the football team, the jock, the incompetent commander who bullies his way around. Okay, the one based on the scumbag youth pastor, he shows up in the second book. So, we haven't put out the second book to be considered for awards much yet, just because we're kind of coming around at the end of the year here. And once sort of awards season sort of finishes up, we will probably, say, okay, what do you think of book number 2? At that point, who knows? People tend to like book number 2 more than number 1 anyway. So we will be very, very interested to see what happens next year. CPN versus DOS. Sloppy will win all the awards. Maybe, maybe not. We did put All the Stars as Angels up for one award, and it made it to round 4, but it didn't make it beyond that. So, but that's just sort of testing the waters. So now round 4, that was pretty good. That particular contest, which was, I think it was the International, what was it called? The Independent Alliance Networks Awards. That one was very interesting because they had a 4-round judging system, and actually it was technically a 6-round, but they basically said if your book had grammar, punctuation correct, no major spelling flaws, all that, it passed round 1. Second round, they looked at story structure, development, development, editing problems, plot holes, that sort of thing. If you passed round 2, they were happy. Then they got nebulous with rounds 3 and 4, which basically said, round 3, we like the book. If it passes that, goes on to round 4. Passes round 4, they really like the book, and then it goes to the finalists. We made it to round 4 for All the Stars as Angels on that particular contest, but that told us at least that told us the book is good. That it just was just out outcompeted by the other books it was up against. So that's not bad. It's not bad to lose against other good books. So we're fine with that. But next year we'll probably look at All the Stars as Angels a little more for that, especially since we will be also at that point. Book 3 will be up for pre-sale at that point, and when book 3 goes out for pre-sale, people will be a lot more interested in book 2 as well. So that's cool. But we hope Sloppy pulls a honorable mention or a win of some kind. That would be awesome, because everyone loves Sloppy. Okay. The CPM versus DOS, best hero, best villain, all in one. All right. Move on here. Next one. And I did see one more, I think. Thought. Hey, Micah, how's it going? That's the one. Okay, this will be the third non-super chat we take for beginning here, and then we'll move on to the super chats. We don't seem to have a lot of them other than from AT, so we might be the AT ministry show again. All right, James Murray Walsh says, the Amarna period has a lot of admin documents. Why didn't we find any papyrus documents from Amarna? Okay, we don't find a lot of admin documents from Amarna period. Okay, we actually find very few. And part of it is that what survived from the Amarna period were cuneiform tablets. Basically, those aren't administrative documents, those are diplomatic correspondence. So basically, letters coming in from other parts of the ancient Near East that are arriving at Amarna in correspondence with the king. Okay? Now, we don't find a lot of documents from Amarna because Amarna isn't very high from the level of the river. So Amarna did undergo occasional flooding. And if it floods, it destroys those documents. So we don't have very many administrative documents from Amarna. In fact, we have almost no administrative documents from any period. They're rare, very rare. Most people don't realize how rare administrative documents are. You get some tax documents. You get a lot of tax documents because a lot of people had to pay taxes and were given either receipts or demands for payment. So there's a lot of tax documents, especially written in Demotic. But those are all going to be south, for the most part, of Amarna. But even so, we just don't get a lot of administrative documents from Egypt in general. We find a few that date to Ramses III and Ramses IV. We also find some in the 19th dynasty as part of the late Egyptian miscellanies. But those are really most of the administrative documents that we find. And in the case of those particular sets of documents, they're found in very arid conditions. Like the late Egyptian miscellanies, they were found at Saqqara in somebody's tomb. And Saqqara is a very dry place. The day roll papyri of Ramses III and Ramses IV, Those were found at Deir el Medina, and that's also a really dry place. Crazy how dry and hot Deir el Medina is. Do not recommend it in the summer. Not fun. So what we find at Amarna is essentially diplomatic correspondence, and not from the Egyptians. That's all been destroyed and all rotted away. We do find diplomatic correspondence from other countries written in, say, cuneiform. And most of that cuneiform is Akkadian cuneiform. There's like, I think, 2 documents in Hittite and 1 in Hurrian. So almost all those documents from Amarna are in Akkadian, which is sort of the diplomatic language of the ancient Near East in the Bronze Age. So, but anyway, that's why we don't find any papyrus documents at Amarna. Too wet, at least seasonally too wet. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Now we get to move on to Super Chats. All right, we're going to take this one from that I promised to take again, which was from 18 Ministries, and he asks, do you remember the thing about the 30 pieces of silver? Yes. Okay. Now, there's one reference to 30 pieces of silver, which is in Exodus 21:32, which is the value of a slave that was gored to death by an ox. So this is the payment for the blood money payment for a slave. Okay? So as a blood fee, this is where they kind of got the figure from. Is they got it from Exodus 21:32. Now, the other interesting thing here is the money was weighed out. This wasn't just, say, these are not denarii. He wasn't given denarii. He was given shekels. Now, this is important. That shekel is worth 3 denarii. So this is the equivalent of 120 days of wages, or 4 months. So that's a sizable chunk of change. Yeah, it was a sizable chunk of change, enough to buy a plot of land with. So so I think that's one of those things where it's we don't quite understand sort of the scope of what the context is for 30 pieces of silver and how that relates to, say, the local economy. So it's a sizable amount. It was a sizable amount. They didn't just pay him, a pittance. That's 120 days of wages is a lot. It's a good set of savings. So because he was paid in shekels, not denarii, this is one of those things where, it multiplies. So, but it also happens to be the same price for a slave that was gored to death by an ox. So, it's the closest thing in the Israelite law to blood money. So, a slave gets killed, you pay the owner that 30 pieces of silver, and that's supposed to cover the death, if it was just by negligence. So that's how they determine that fee. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, Mama says a sizable amount. unless it was to portray the Son of God. Well, yeah, but he's also the suffering servant too. So there is a symbolic value here. Christ is called the suffering servant. So the fact that he's paid the punitive, the assassin is paid the punitive fee for the death of a servant. There's some strong symbolism there. Very strong symbolism. So it does. There is a rhyme and a reason to this. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. Next super chat from Joseph for $5. Thank you, the super chat. Given what you said about David Wood's paper at ETS, is there anyone you would recommend as a more reliable source on Islam? I'm no expert on Islam, so I really can't recommend who would be good on Islam. I just recognize when a paper gets roasted. You know, I recognize when that happens. I mean, it's one of those things where if you've seen it happen enough, you know what's going on. But I'm not an expert on Islam, so I can't really guide you here on a more reliable resource for Islam. I'm sure there's some out there. I just don't read that material very much or very often, so it wouldn't be yeah, Imond Ibrahim might be a good guy. Imond, not Raymond. Aymond. Gotta make that clear because people hear Raymond. It's not Raymond, it's Imond. That was the guy who critiqued Wood. So Imond Ibrahim. And and Ibrahim is a scholar on Islam. He is a bona fide scholar on Islam. That's what he did his PhD in, and he's very thorough what I saw of him. But again, I'm not an expert on Islam. I wouldn't be able to give you great guidance here on who would be better to consult, honestly. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Darkblade says, if I remember correct, Falk said only one part was destroyed. Other parts, like the Satanic Verses, meaning secular historiography standards, seems intact. Yeah, but the problem is the core of his thesis was the historiography. Okay, the historical verification, that was the core of his paper. So even if all the rest of it's intact, the paper's gutted. There's nothing left of it. So, you know, it's one of those things that you just gotta, if the core hypothesis falls, it doesn't matter if you got the details right. Okay, let's move on to the next. But yeah, this is producers right here. That's the purpose of the conference, to kick the tires on our papers. We've all been through it.
All have brilliant ideas.
Yeah, everyone has brilliant ideas. It's some of them are better than others. This just happens. All right, next one here is from CPM versus DOS. Thank you for the member question. He says, ran into an argument that having communion every week is wrong because it would become cultish. Thoughts on this? Not sure how to answer them. What? Okay. Here's what I would say to that. The whole idea of things becoming cultish Um, is he mean like a ritual, an empty ritual? Um, I would ask him what he means by this, because nothing wrong with a ritual. And frankly, there is a cultus to Christianity. We're not just freewheeling it. Okay, we're not just saying, "Oh, we like this bit, that bit." Well, we're not taking it. Okay. Um, I mean, the ultimate, the sort of the contrast to say cultish religion is um um religion where you're just making it up as you go along. Okay. CPM versus DOS says yes, and to answer the what cultish means, some like D&D demon stuff almost. Yeah, that's just idiotic. Okay. You can't be serious that um that's something that the Lord commanded us to do until he returns is somehow a work of the devil. Okay? You just yeah.
And they had
Mm-hmm.
it's gives like
Oh yeah, you get anarchy kind of church services.
no, it's not anarchy. It was very moving. Very
Well, I mean, kind of not like that way. I mean, anarchy isn't unorganized, not structured.
it just wasn't
Mm.
giving the talk over.
Patui says my church holds an offering collection every week too, but nobody seems to think that the offertory is an empty ritual that loses its importance by being done too frequently. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, I don't even get why this is an objection. Honestly, Mama says, "Bro, do you even cult?" I mean, the fact is that a cult is just a group of people. That's all it is. So the whole idea that doing communion too often makes you a group of people, okay, that's almost like a foregone conclusion. But a lot of this comes from, say, the pejorative use of the word cult. um People thought it was derived from the term occultus, which it wasn't. It's termed from the words cultus, not occultus. So a lot of people associated cult and occult when they're not the same sort of words. So it's a root etymology fallacy. But this was used during the Satanic Panic, where people were saying, "Oh yeah, there's cults everywhere, and they're all satanically driven." Well, maybe not. But there's also the whole thing that's that, well, cults are organized religions too. Like major religions are cults as well, because they're groups of people. So um the whole idea that you can sort of define cult that narrowly, like for example, I mean, you don't even see the term cult used in modern religious studies. They will say, for example, for new religions, they'll use the term new religious movement instead of cult, just because there's just it's not a good term. It's not a good working term. It's not a good term for studying religion. It's not a good term for criticizing religion. It's just not a good term. So, even though that was very popular in the 70s, it's a term better off not used. But taking communion every week doesn't make you cultish. It just doesn't.
I think they need some empty ritual that turns
Well, he
people.
said it's like D&D. Yeah. You need to find what the guy was meaning by it. It's not empty ritual. He means that this becomes demonic like D&D. Which D&D is not demonic, by the way, but it's just bad. It's sloppy, bad terminology, and it's wrong. It's just wrong. Ritual is not inherently evil. Even if you do it every week, even if you do the Lord's Supper every day, still doesn't make it cultish in that sense of it being demonic. It makes it just ritual. And it's a lot of rituals that we do in Christianity that are prescribed by our Lord. So, yeah, I'm not buying it for a moment, but what? What? Where is it? 854. Okay, I see it. Ryan says, occult is only in Ireland, right? I suppose so. Could be. Could be. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answered your question. CPM versus DOS. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. He doesn't know obviously he doesn't know what a new religious movement really is. He's using that term incredibly loosely. I just don't. It's not a well-formed argument. Okay, so I hope that helps. Patui says, every collection of people has ritual. Yeah, and every church has liturgy. Some people's liturgy is 3 days old and invented via MS Word, but it's definitely liturgy. Or ChatGPT. I've heard people starting to do liturgies by ChatGPT. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Let's move on to the next one here. Another 18 Ministries one here. How do you explain to a fundie that honor the parents means not abandoning them in their own age? Okay. This one's a tough one because, again, what we're missing here is the context. Now, one of the things about the commandment to honor your father and mother is that this is not a commandment directed to children. Okay? It's a commandment directed to adults. Okay? Particularly men. Okay? So, when it talks about honoring your father and mother, it's talking about making sure they're not destitute when they're old, which could happen. So, it was entirely the whole idea, even the reward of that is honor your father and mother that you may live long upon the earth. Well, kid doesn't care. A 2-year-old is not going to care about living old upon the earth. This is something you care about when you get to a certain age. So, the whole honor your father and mother thing has nothing to do with kids. It's about adult children. Okay? And that's why it comes back to, okay, your parents raised you. They made sure you were safe when you were vulnerable. Now you have to basically take care of them when they're vulnerable. So it's one of those things where this is something that's applied to adults. This is an adult commandment, primarily to men. And it's primarily to men because they were the breadwinners. Okay? It wasn't even directed to women. It was directed primarily to adult men. So now these days, with women earning money, it would also apply to them as well. Um, Andrew Graham says, "What if they didn't take care of you? Then you give them the honor that they deserve. You honor them as God would want you to honor them. If if there were completely derelict parents, and if they were, um, you know, decided to be abusive, then you honor them as appropriate. You honor. It doesn't say to be a doormat. It says to honor them. And that's honoring their decisions too.
And you can put up boundaries.
You can put up boundaries.
You don't have to go to Christmas, and if they're trying to drain you for money, you can say no.
So, John Smith, are we permitted to send elderly parents to nursing homes? I had a grandmother who had dementia, and my parents had to send her to a nursing home.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can send elderly parents to a nursing home, but here's where the guidance would be. Are they not able to take care of themselves anymore? Are they too difficult to take care of? Some people are actually really violent when they get dementia. Then that is beyond maybe a ability of an adult child to care for. In that case, it's probably appropriate and in the best interest of the elderly person to be sent to the nursing home. Now, with that said, it's the child's responsibility to make sure it's a good nursing home. Not just a Soviet gulag dressed up as a nursing home, okay? Okay? It's not that thing. Okay? You can't just shuffle mom and dad, grandpa and grandma off to some gulag nursing home and just wait for the inheritance to come in. It doesn't work that way. Okay? You do have to make sure it's a reasonable standard of care. So, just making sure that we're clear that this is, even though it is permissible, it's not always.
Yeah, and that's that's something hard to do.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of abuse.
Yeah. Yeah. Where they're fed only porridge. Yeah. You don't want to send them to a nursing home like that. That's not honoring. Okay. And it can be, judging a nursing home can be very difficult too. You don't know if there's abuse going on there, and it's really difficult to tell. You can get little hints here and there, like how active are the residents. Visited there before you send your parents there. Grandpong, what about a nursing home with a funeral home attached? I'd probably avoid that one. Unless, for example, it's a hospice. Sometimes hospices are attached to a funeral home. It's rare, but it does happen. But a hospice is serving a different purpose too than a nursing home. A hospice is palliative care. It's palliative care for people that are basically at their end of their life. So they got, like, I think the hospice guidelines are like, if the patient has less than 3 months to live. Okay, but you typically would not attach a nursing home to a funeral home, and if you did, you better be really, really careful about that. That doesn't sound like a good situation to me. Mama says, do your due diligence regarding nursing homes. Absolutely. Absolutely. They are not all of them are good places. John says, my grandpa went to a rehabilitation nursing home after his stroke. He hated it, so I visited him almost every day to keep him company. Yeah, a lot of people do. Yeah. Which is why you have to take whether or not your parents, it's time for them to go into a nursing home. You have to do this very, very respectfully. You have to do it consciously. You can't do it unthinkingly. You got to really consider what's going on here and what would be best for the parent. So they can actually. Tui says your pastor probably does a lot of nursing home visits. Ask him for a discreet thumbs up or thumbs down on a nursing home. Yes, a pastor can give you a recommendation. But I'll say this too. Some pastors have more access to nursing homes than others. Okay? Lutheran pastors have incredible access to nursing homes because Lutheran denominations tend to have a lot of their own nursing homes and wide networks of nursing homes. So you got to keep that in mind, that not every denomination has the same access to nursing homes as others. You could probably ask a Lutheran pastor in your area, though. He might know. I've never met a Lutheran pastor that didn't do regular visits to nursing homes. Some denominations, though, not so much. You know, you're probably not going to get a lot of, say, what's it called now? Pentecostals doing a lot of nursing home visits. Okay, but as I said, particularly mainline Protestant denominations, because they tend to have older populations, will probably have more access to nursing homes. So keep that in mind as you're checking this out. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Next super chat here is, explain the Christian origin of tarot cards. Okay, that's an interesting question. Tarot cards were invented by monks. Okay, at least the original sets. Tarot was basically a medieval form of PowerPoint. So, how do you communicate the gospel to non-Christians, illiterate people? Okay? What they did was these monks would have these packets of cards. And they were hand-painted, usually. And they would go from place to place, and they would present the cards in order. Okay? So it wasn't divination where they shuffled the cards. They never shuffled the cards. The cards were in a specific order. So you had creation, Garden of Eden, and they would explain each concept as they flipped the card. So you could show this. There's a reason why there's a lot of strong Christian symbolism in tarot cards. Okay? So they would start, as I say, with creation, God. I don't remember which is the first card, but God, and then creation, and then the Garden of Eden, and then the snake, and then the fall. And they would just go through card after card explaining the biblical story. And they would go all the way through to, like, for example, the hanging man. This is Christ on the cross. That's the hanging man. And they would even get to the consummation. You know, the decks often included cards that included, say, Christ's second coming. So yeah, there is a lot of Christian symbolism in tarot. That's because of its use originally as an education tool by monks. So, um, I still there are still a few people who do that kind of tarot reading, where they're basically just explaining the gospel. Using tarot. It's not very common these days because what happened in uh was that gypsies, the Roma people, they started to co-opt. They saw these monks with these cards, and they started using it as a divination tool. So, but yeah, you can get if you get some of the old style tarot decks, not the new ones. The new ones tend to be very stylized that the original Christian symbolism isn't there anymore. But you can get some of the old decks. You can get your hands on some of the older uh, image decks. You could sort of take out take out the number cards, just leave the image cards, and you can arrange them in an order where you can just present the gospel by flipping it. It's actually it's actually a really effective tool for people who never go to church. It can be very, very effective. So, um, but what went wrong? Francis, also what went wrong? What went wrong with the tarot is that it got co-opted. It got co-opted. Essentially, as Europe became Christianized, you did still have there became less and less a need for wandering monks to present a visual gospel, but it created a vacuum. So when the Roma people started wandering around Europe, they would do these fortune readings, kind of aping what the monks were doing. But they didn't know the gospel, so they just used it as a divining tool. So that's what went wrong. So it was one of those things that was originally Christian practice that became co-opted. Not that that's ever happened before. There's nothing so good that Satan can't pervert it. Lovely. Fantastic. So, isn't that fun? Oh boy. All right, let's move on to the next one here. So, that's what those are the Christian origins of tarot, and that's what happened to them to become what they are today. Okay, AT Ministries asks, did you all write today? Progress is progress. Yes, I did write today. Um, I wrote about 500 words today, so got a really good start. It's been a good week for writing. It's been a good week for writing. I've written this past week about 4,000 words, so it's been a good week for that. So yeah, did some good writing today, and absolutely, progress is progress. Okay, next one here is from Louis Sandoval for uh, 250 Dominican pesos. Thank you for that super chat. He asks, why does the Western world seem less receptive to the spiritual world? Has modern science, secularism, disbelief dulled our awareness of the divine? To some extent, it was it was it was modernity. Okay, basically, um, modernity was really where we started viewing the world through a naturalist lens. Okay, and this idea that God, if God exists at all, he basically created the world like a clock. So this was sort of the view of the world through the Enlightenment. That the world was like a clock, God just set the gears going and it just runs itself. Okay, so you got in, say, the during, say, the Enlightenment, this idea of that provided the foundation for deism. Okay, so people started viewing the world as mechanical. That's mechanical, as I said, gears in a clock. Um, yeah, what they did with gears,
Was
it was incredible, but but they started viewing the whole world through this. And these sort of analogies do sort of resonate with cultures. I mean, people today think of the human brain like a computer. It doesn't operate anything like a computer. The human brain operates in no way like a computer, but we still use that analogy because it's
we
the one.
understand computers.
Yeah, because we understand computers and we don't understand the brain. Well, back then, back in the Enlightenment, people viewed the world as they were absolutely amazed with Newton. The idea of Newton could calculate the orbits of the planets, and he could do it with math. So this became sort of synonymous with a mechanical worldview where physical laws just worked to bring precision to everything. Now, in fact, the world does not work like that. But you're not going to see that until quantum theory and Einstein. So, this was more or less the predominant view in the West for 300 years. So, the idea of naive scientific realism, coupled with naturalism, coupled with a mechanical worldview, basically we started looking at everything through a naturalistic lens. And, with that, God becomes nothing but a deism, a God sitting outside of reality, who just started the clock ticking and stepped back. So that's one of the reasons why we don't think much about the divine anymore, even though that's not really the way things worked. So, Graham Pong, same equations with governing the planets also worked in engineering. Sort of. Until you start talking about gravitation. Gravitation of large bodies doesn't work so well. There's two things in physics that sort of throw a wrench into everything Newton did. The quantum world throws a wrench into everything Newton did. But also, the things on a galactic scale throw everything into a monkey wrench. Because things do not move as they should on the scale of galaxies. Like, for example, one of the weirdest things, like, for example, about galactic motion is the inside of spiral arms of a galaxy move faster than the outside. It's very strange. No one knows why. So, that's what I would say about that. So anyway, but that's really where it comes from. Our modern views. I wouldn't agree here with Patui here that Epicureanism was had that much of an impact upon modernity, but there was there's a lot of things that did go into it. So because Epicureanism was around for a long time. So anyway, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Next one here. is from CJP for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Merry Christmas. Why did some of the bystanders at Jesus' crucifixion think Jesus was calling for Elijah? Matthew 27:46. Okay, let's pull that up. Matthew. Matthew 27. All right, verse 45. Now the sixth hour darkness fell upon all the land until the ninth hour. About the ninth hour, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, that is, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Some of those who were standing there, when they heard it, began saying, this man is calling for Elijah. Okay. So, why did some bystanders think that Jesus was calling for Elijah? Well, because Elijah was supposed to come back to make way the path of the Lord, at least in the minds of certain Israelites. Okay, so there was this idea that Elijah would return to usher in the coming of Messiah. So there was this idea here that when he's on the cross, some of his followers, some of the bystanders would think that, okay, you know, God, why, my God, why have you forsaken me? So that he's basically calling for divine assistance at this point, when that's not what he's doing on the cross. So, oh, Andrew Graham, did they not know their own language? Oh, they did. They're just interpreting this in a different way. Yeah. They still can't. You have to understand that the followers of Christ and those standing around could not conceive that Christ was paying for sin on the cross. They couldn't conceive that. They're still thinking here with the zealot mindset of that Messiah was going to come back with an army. And who better to lead that army than Elijah? He went up in a fiery chariot, going to come back down, and lay the law down, send some fire from heaven, bring a few covenant bears with them, That was Elisha, but, Elijah would probably bring some covenant bears too. Okay?
They come together.
They come together with prophets, and bears go together. Okay? So they're thinking that he's calling for divine aid to basically raise the area and make defeat the Romans. So that's why they would think that, because that's how they would have, some of them would have interpreted that, my God, why have you forsaken me? Because that would be the response of a prophet, is, okay, yeah, call in the armies, call in the angelic host. Let's do a little bit of Passovering here. So it's quite understandable that some bystanders who didn't quite realize that Christ was there to pay for sins, that Christ would be calling to make him king. Because there's two functions that Messiah must serve. One is to be the sacrificial lamb that takes away the sins of the world. The second one is to be the conquering king, the king that comes to claim his kingdom. A lot of early Israelites got the two backwards. Many thought that he must come as a conquering king first, and then take care of that pesky little sin. So, that's why a lot of them would have interpreted it this way. It's not that Jesus was saying anything that directly connected to Elijah, but they were just thinking, yeah, he's calling Elijah down to take care of do some butt kicking. Okay, that's not what he was doing at all. But many would have misinterpreted that at the time. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I'll take this non-super chat for Danny DeVent here. What are some good resources on the environmental state of the Sinai around the time of the Exodus? You'd have to go to academic papers. I'm right now putting together some of this stuff into the chapter I'm doing for my publisher. But you're going to find this in academic papers and in conference papers mostly at this point. There hasn't really been a good, say, solid corpus of this work yet, but it's forming, especially given that the more we have to understand that the whole idea that we would even look at or even consider the possibility of a change in environmental factors for the Sinai was something that nobody considered 10 years ago. This is new stuff. We have to understand that, the whole ecological movement in say higher education has only been around for about 30, 40 years. 30 years, really. Okay? But when applying that thinking to the ancient Near East, nobody had considered it. Everyone had just assumed, until just, as I say, a decade ago, that Sinai was always a desert. Many had some idea that the Sahara wasn't a desert, but no one had thought about the Sinai, or even Jordan. A lot of people just assumed that Jordan was always a desert. Nobody thought that, hey, it's full of, during the Iron Age, it was full of lush grass and wheat fields. No one ever thought that was a serious thing. But now people are actually doing this work on, say, environmental change in the Near East, and they're coming up with some really interesting results. So, absolutely. I mean, yeah. Patui says, so biblical scholars need to read more archaeobotanists. Oh yeah, they do. Absolutely. Well, but Bible scholars don't read that stuff. I mean, they really don't. I mean, let's be real honest. A lot of Bible scholars only read Bible scholar material. That's all they read. They don't read archaeology. They don't read archaeobotany.
They don't.
Yeah, they don't seek out Egyptologists. Ugh. They don't seek out subject matter experts in other fields. They got a perfectly acceptable scholar tradition, and they're going to hold to that because that's consensus. So,
and anybody who disagrees with them is obviously an atheist, no matter what.
just it's kind of shabby how ignorant some Bible scholars can be. Really, it is. Of course, this is why they hate me when I go to ETS. Okay. But yeah, they do need to read more archaeobotany. Well, it's interesting stuff. Yeah, I like reading archaeobotany, but hey, who am I? Yeah. Darkblade says sometimes the consensus is just plain idiotic. Cough, cough. Jericho not existing in the late Bronze Age. Cough, cough. Yeah. But again, this is one of those things where if you didn't follow the consensus, you were ostracized. The evidence was completely, supported the idea that there was some sort of late Bronze Age settlement of Jericho. But they were absolutely hell-bent upon denying a late Bronze Age Jericho. So, you don't need no evidence, when you've got a good consensus going. Yeah. Awesome. Just awesome. So yeah, you're gonna only find Danny, you're only gonna find this stuff in peer-reviewed literature. That's the only place you're gonna find this at the moment. I think in the next, say, 10, 15 years. Do you smell burning?
There's something in.
I know what that is. No, it's not smoking. It's our thermostat. It's our heater. Gotten so cold the heater's actually at working. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, so yeah, there's just, consensus is just one of those things that, if you don't go along with the consensus, you get ridiculed and ostracized. You know. Yeah, it's the first time for the heater in like, uh, we've used the heater in like a year, so. Patui, +1 for demanding that Bible scholars read more classicists. Demand they learn Attic and Ionic before they learn Koine. That would, uh, that would be something. I would actually prefer that they learn more Semitics, to be honest. And not just say the Hebrew Bible. Like cognate languages. Every Bible scholar takes Hebrew at some point, and almost all of them take Koine. In fact, more take Koine than take biblical Hebrew. But some good cognate languages wouldn't hurt. Put a little Akkadian under their belt. Give them a little bit of Egyptian. Just something. Have them actually take an archaeology class. I'm shocked how many biblical scholars have never taken an archaeology class. Shocking. Shocking.
Yeah, if you don't know the methodology behind what you're teaching.
Yeah.
How can you evaluate good secondary?
Yeah. There's been. I've heard of biblical scholars say some idiotic things, like there's casemate walls in the early Bronze Age. What? Huh? It's just terrifying how historically ignorant some biblical scholars are, because they don't read anything outside of the secondary literature. So it's often really shameful. And then they try to go back and try to pick up the context of the Bible, and they don't have the tools to do it. So,
but how many?
very few seminaries offer archaeology now. Yeah. Oh yeah. TED's, what was left of TED's, drop their whole archaeology program. And most of their faculty. And the students. And their campus. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, not good. Not good at all. All right. So, hope that helped, Danny. Really appreciate you giving us that question. All right, next one here is from. Yeah, you can turn the heater down if you want. You know how to do it? Pushing it to the bottom. Ryan Comcamp asks, how far of a drive is it from the U.S. border? From where I live, it is it's roughly an hour. Okay, but that only takes you to Blaine. So, I don't go to the U.S. very often by car. It's rather difficult to do that, and I don't own a vehicle myself. I would have to get like a proper rental car, and that gets kind of dicey. Like I can't take those car sharing cars outside of the country. So if I ever have to drive, I use a car share. Yeah, believe it or not, I don't own a vehicle. I don't own a car. Can't afford one. Yeah, owning a vehicle in British Columbia is exceptionally expensive. It's basically own a car or pay rent, not both. So the whole driving thing is just something that I only do when necessary. Okay. Don't take robo taxis. Well, you can't take a taxi to the U.S. You would have the way taxis work is they'd have to drop you off by the border. You'd have to clear the border by foot, and then take a taxi on the other side. It's actually easier to take the train from Vancouver to the U.S. than it is to take a taxi. Jack Ray, BC broke citizens. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You if you live in Vancouver, it's you can have a car or rent, but not both. So. CPM versus DOS. We need to get Dr. Falcon F-150 stat. Hey, I'd love that. I'd love a truck like that. But no, I can't afford one. Run Comb Camp. Do you get groceries delivered or is stuff within walking distance? Um, the grocery store, the closest grocery store, the one I use mostly, is about 4 blocks away. So I walk it. So yeah, I walk to the store several times a week to do groceries. Occasionally, I'll get groceries delivered. Depends if it's a lot of big or heavy stuff. If it's big or heavy, I'll have to get it delivered, or if it's too bulky. But I do take. I go to the store several times a week. Yeah, bunny greens. So yeah, don't have a car, and I usually have to bring groceries home on backpack. Okay, next one here. Okay. Let's go to take some more AT questions now. Franco, up the hill, in snow, both ways. Well, it's up the hill when I come home. It's down the hill when I go to the store. Mount Pleasant is a mountain. All right, next one here. No bike. I use a bike rather than a car for trips less than a mile. Don't own a bike. I don't own a bike, and it's just it's not feasible for me to use a bike anymore. So, yeah, it's Vancouver's too hilly for really using a bike practically. Some people in the area do it. They're about half my age. So, okay, next one here is from AT Ministries, and he asks, "What is Montanism?" Montanism is basically it was a self-styled prophet named Montanus who used to receive revelations from the Holy Spirit along with his two prophetesses that were said to be equal, direct revelations from God. Okay? So, that's essentially what Montanism is in a nutshell. At least that's formal Montanism. There's an informal Montanism too, which is just the idea that you are receiving messages directly from God that has the same weight as Scripture. So that's Montanism in a nutshell. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Next one. What's religion in James 1:26 mean? Do they have the same connotations as today? Well, let's take a look. James 1:26. All right, we have to take this in context, so let's start at verse 25. But one who looks intently at the perfect law, the law of liberty, and abides by it, not having become a forgetful hearer, but an effectual doer, this man shall be blessed in what he does. If anyone thinks himself to be religious, and yet does not bridle his tongue, but deceives his own heart, this man's religion is worthless. Okay. This is the pure and undefiled religion in the sight of our God and Father, to visit orphans and widows to their distress, and to keep oneself unstained by the world. Okay. Threskeia is the word here for religion. That's just a general term for, say, any religion. So, it does have very similar connotations to what today. Basically, do you believe in God? Do you have faith? The sort of characteristics that we would normally connotate with modern views of religion today. But James here is using it in a pretty specific way. He's using it in a way that's basically saying that your religion has to be more than what you just believe. You know, if you're not putting your religion into practice, that's really what James is talking about here as orthopraxis, right practice, not so much orthodoxy, although he could definitely touch on that too. What he says applies there to that as well. But he's talking about, you know, if you're not putting your faith into practice, if you're not walking the walk, your religion isn't worth all that much. So, when he talks about religion, he's not saying religion's bad. He's not saying it's bad at all. So this is not a support for say some fundamentalists who will say that, oh, Christianity isn't a religion, it's a relationship. Well, that's not James' view here. James thinks that, yeah, the Christian faith is a religion. He thinks that. But he's saying that, okay, if your life doesn't look like what you believe, then your religion isn't worth very much. So yeah, that's
Well, that's
uh-huh.
that that religion is something you do one day,
Yeah. Yeah.
whereas they have world.
Yeah.
They're not religion.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, well, your religion is selfish.
Yeah.
Your religion is you.
Yeah. So so yeah, it's one of those things where James is basically chiding people that, hey, yeah, you okay, great, have faith. Faith is great. Fantastic. Just live it out. You know, do the stuff that the law, you know, encourages you to do. You know, visit the orphans and the widows. So, absolutely, it is definitely one of those things that I think that is, you know, um, again, we're not going to overstate what James is saying here. He's not saying, again, he's not saying religion's bad. He's not saying faith is worthless. He's saying faith is made complete through right practice as well. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. James 1:19. Should we be quick to forgive? Okay, 1:19. This you know, my beloved brethren, but let everyone be quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to anger. For the anger of man does not achieve the righteousness of God. Okay, while this doesn't touch directly on forgiveness as far as I can tell, we can infer from this that one should be quick to forgive. You know, forgiveness is something that we're called upon. You know, we should not withhold forgiveness begrudgingly. You know, I've always made it a philosophy to be quick to forgive. And I know that doesn't always come easy. It does not always come easy, but it's also that we should, if we emulate the forgiveness that God showed us, then we should also bestow that forgiveness upon all that ask. Now, here's the thing. Here's sort of the counterbalance to this. If someone doesn't ask forgiveness and doesn't want forgiveness, you really can't forgive them. Yes, you can let it go. You can say, okay, even though you aren't sorry for what you did to me, that I'm not going to drag it with me. You know, it's like, you can do that. That's fine, but that's not really forgiveness. It's letting something go is not the same as just forgiving it outright. Okay. When the Bible talks about forgiveness, you know, he forgives sins that, you know, we are not clinging to. Okay. I mean, if we are sort of grabbing onto a sin and holding on to it for dear life, then there's not forgiveness there. So, yeah, Graham Pong says forgiving does not mean I don't protect myself from future offenses. Well, yeah, sure. But so but yeah, that's really what we're talking about here when we talk about quick to forgive. If your brother comes and asks for forgiveness, 70 times 7. Basically forever.
Doesn't mean
It doesn't mean you get to count. Okay? It's not what 70 times 7 means. It's not
you're
that
at 127.
you're at 489. You got one more round of forgiveness left. No, that's not what it means. Okay?
You whip out a tablet and you're like, whip out your phone on the app.
Yeah, yeah.
One.
You're not gonna don't keep track of people's forgiving on your phone app.
We could make a fortune off that. The forgiveness app.
The forgiveness app, huh?
Type in their name, where you're at.
Squatworthen says forgiving is cathartic for the forgiver, secondary importance to those being forgiven. No. It's actually kind of the opposite. Here's a great example, okay? Let's say that a husband cheats on a wife. Okay? Husband has an affair. And it's a one-night stand. He comes back to his wife and he asks his wife for forgiveness. Okay? And she forgives him. Okay? Who's the one that experiences catharsis here? It's not the forgiver. It's the forgiven. The wife is the hurt party. She will always be the hurt party. Okay? You can't have a betrayal like that and not forever carry that around with you. Forgiving is cathartic for the one seeking forgiveness. And when it's granted, they can move on. But the one who gives forgiveness, they carry it. They carry it. And that's human nature. It is human nature to, when one is hurt to that degree, to carry that with you, even if you forgive. Okay?
But forgiving people doesn't mean you drop all your boundaries.
No, it doesn't mean you drop all your boundaries. But this is just talking about who benefits more. The person who forgives or the person who's forgiven? Really? The person who's forgiven benefits more than the one who forgives. Because the one who forgives is foregoing retribution. The one who forgives gives is basically saying, I'm going to let this go. I don't need retribution. Okay? Because frankly, if there's a retribution, that's not forgiveness, that's recompense. That's a quid pro quo exchange of hurts. So the person who forgives agrees to let it go. So Darkblade asks, will the offended party be an emotionally recovered in an emotionally recovered state once in heaven? Yes. Once in heaven, Christ has promised that every hurt shall be healed. Okay? We see this with the tree of life, where the leaves have a salve to heal the nations. So that is part of it. But, it's one of those things where, the offended party is always going to be the more hurt in the situation. Put a couple bullets in a person, they might live through the bullets, and the guy might come and ask for forgiveness, but you're still dealing with the holes in you. Yes, they may heal eventually. Or you may never get over it. It'll take time.
Yeah. Forgive those who have attempted.
Scott says, forgiving those that have attempted to kill me set me free. Did they ask for forgiveness? You're confusing letting something go with forgiveness. It's not the same. Anybody can just let something go. And that's a healthy thing to do. It can be a very healthy thing to let an offense go.
But also,
But that's not forgiveness.
forgiving doesn't mean ending it.
Yeah, it's not.
Big.
Yeah.
Who act wrongly against you.
Yeah.
There is no forgiving.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where, forgiveness. If somebody doesn't want forgiveness, you can't forgive them. You can let it go, because forgiving is the act of somebody coming up to you, apologizing, saying they were wrong, or whatever it is, and seeking your permission to not hold it against them. Now, you can decide on your own to not hold it against them anyway. That's letting it go, but that's not actually forgiveness. See, one of the problems we have in our culture right now is that we don't know how to apologize anymore. People don't apologize. We're a very proud culture. We have a very proud culture where no one apologizes and everyone wants their pound of flesh. That's why things are really ugly right now. Is nobody apologizes because nobody can admit they're wrong. Basically every lawyer tells you don't admit you're wrong. So in our litigious culture right now, it's really unsafe in a lot of times to admit you're wrong. But because you can't admit you're wrong, you can't seek out forgiveness either. So we have a culture that doesn't know how to forgive, who doesn't know how to apologize, because they've never been through it. Yeah. 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 Thomas Hall says forgiveness takes both sides. It's a reconciliation. It is a reconciliation. Yeah. Scott Worthen again says, yeah, the let it go aspect of forgiveness is what I'm driving at. Yeah, but that's only just one piece. That not holding it to account is one piece of forgiveness. It's not the whole thing. And he says, we are surrounded by the unrepentant, all swarming in a sick culture. Yeah, but that let it go can be healthy, depending on, the circumstances. It can also be unhealthy, too.
But
it can be, the let it go thing can also be really unhealthy sometimes. Like, for example, if you're in a situation where you just let it go and it keeps happening, it can form a codependency, which is extremely unhealthy. Where you're just, you hear this from, say, women who get abused by men. Oh, he's just being a guy. As the guy's being the snot out of her. That's not healthy. That kind of letting it go isn't healthy at all. So you've got to be careful here about what you let go and how you let go. Because, if there's no forgiveness, there's no repentance, and the guy is just going to do it again just because he wants to do it again, you got to ask that, is this a healing thing? And the obvious answer to that's no. Ryan Cohnkamp asks the question, so asking for forgiveness is somewhat risky. Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely risky. Yeah, the person who you ask forgiveness might say no. He might flat out tell you, no, I'm not going to forgive you. And the guy might just say, hey, I want my pound of flesh. I'm going to get revenge.
People
and that happens.
Who are abusers.
Yeah.
Who will abuse your obligation.
Yeah. So asking for forgiveness is risky. But should we as Christians hold that, be like that? That's another question. And I think that the answer to that is, yeah, we should be quick to forgive as believers. As believers, we should be quick to forgive because the Lord was quick to forgive us. And that's the principle here. We do see this in one of the parables, where a guy, owes the kingdom something like 100,000 talents, like an amazing amount of money, and the king forgives, but he throttles his brother for 1 penny. And the Lord says, because you did not forgive your brother, I will not forgive your debt, and you will pay every drachma off in prison. So we have to be careful too that if we are hard-hearted and don't forgive our brother, that we stand in peril of not being forgiven ourselves. So absolutely, it's safer to forgive. But again, we have to keep in mind, there's a difference between forgiveness and a difference between and letting it go. They're not the same. We tend to confuse them. So, but just be cautious of that you're not just letting it go if the person who's harmed you doesn't want to let it go. So, again, it's one of those things that's there's nuance here and there's balance. Okay. But there is also an overriding principle too of a higher principle of forgiveness as God has forgiven us. Okay? So I hope that helps, AT. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it. Right. Next one here from A3 Ministries is, Haman was impaled in Esther? Yes, he was. The book of Esther talks about Haman, the Agagite. He sets up this. They call it a scaffold. All right. But the scaffold was really for an impaler's pole. Now, this was the classic execution method of the Persians. Okay, it was used before by the Assyrians too. Okay, but the Persians picked this up, and essentially what this method of execution was: you had a scaffold, and you took the accused up on there, and then you perched them on a sharpened pole, and the weight of the pole entered in through the backside. And it slowly worked its way up into the internal organs. Okay? So, this is a lengthy, unpleasant way to die. Okay? But that's what Haman had planned for the Israelites. Okay? And that's what happened to him. His own scaffold was used against him. John Smith, ouch. Yeah, this one's an ouch. Ew, yep. Keeps learning, says ew. Yep, that's impalement. Yep. Yeah, Dracula. Yeah, Blue Dog. Haman, the Impaler. Yeah. Vlad Tepes used the exact same execution method. Yeah. Yep, that's why he's called Vlad the Impaler. He used the exact same method. Graham Pong hoisted on his own petard, so to speak. A petard is actually a lift. Actually, a lift to get knights onto the horses. It's a little crane to you hoist the knight up so he can be perched on a horse. So Not quite the same as hoisted up by your own petard, but yeah. All right. Let's go on to the next one here. Right. Next one here is from AT Ministries, and he goes, "How do we know David was in his 50s with Bathsheba?" Because we're told in the text that when he went out to fight the sons of the giant, he got into trouble because he was already in his 50s and too old to fight. He got into trouble on the battlefield, and his men were protecting him more than fighting the enemy. So he was finally told that, hey, you might be king, but you're too old to fight anymore. Time for you to retire from the battlefield and let the young men do what the young men do. Okay, so he's sent back to Jerusalem to basically live in his palace. Okay, so that's how we know he was in his 50s, because the text actually says he was of a certain age, and yeah, he was at this point, he was just too old to fight. So that's why he's lounging around the palace while everyone else is off to war. He can't really do the job anymore. So Scott Worth and David was too old for war. Oh yeah, he was. At least too old for the front line. Well, that's it. That's just it. Battles like that got messy. It got messy. So nobody could still so if the lines collapsed, he would be in danger. So it's just better him not be in there. So Jack Ray says petard was also a bomb to breach a fortification like a gate. Yeah, it was that too. If it blows up, one is hoisted by one's own petard. It's one of those things that had multiple meanings. So, kind of like loophole. Loophole is a little slit in the side of the palace that archers could see through. So, it also became the term that we use now for basically an exception in a contract. But it comes from the same etymology. It's the same thing that sort of inspired it. Interesting. I've heard sermons say David's place was fighting with his men. It's not so, it seems. No, that's because he'd got into trouble. Darkblade says Caleb and Joshua were older during the conquest of Canaan than David was his death. Yeah, some of that had to do with the fact that they were dealing with a lot larger numbers with the Philistines than they were with, say, the Amorites. Already at the time of the conquest, the Amorites were already in decline. So, Joshua and Caleb, they could go out and they could, go toe-to-toe with the Amorites. And really, that was not... You're really talking about small city-states at that point. The Philistines were... It was a different kind of war. The whole Philistine war was very different in that respect. The Philistines could field thousands of people. Okay? When you're talking about the Amorites, you're talking about a few hundred, maybe 1,000 tops. The Philistines were much more cohesive about their martial alliances. So the Philistines could host 10,000 men That would not be an unreasonable size of an army for the Philistines. So you're talking about something, a kind of battle here that's principally different than what happened during the conquest. Most of the conquest was small skirmishes, really what we're talking about here. And when Joshua and Caleb entered into the promised land, they're taking it bit by bit, city by city. So they can have the whole Israelite people there, at least in the first 5 years. That's how they dealt with the Amorite cities, which were the major strongholds. Which was then, say, they started with Jericho, and then they moved on to Ai, and possibly Hebron too, or Bethel, sorry. And then they moved on to Hebron, and they're just Hatzor. Then they're just sort of leapfrogging to these Amorite Amorite cities that are, they're just sort of leapfrogging between them. And so it was a different kind of combat. It was more siege combat, really. When we're talking about, say, the conquest of Canaan, at least the first 5 years, you're talking siege warfare. The Israelites are laying siege to these Amorite cities. Philistines didn't do that. They took the battle to the Israelites, because what was happening with, say, the Israelite Philistine war was it was actually a fight over agricultural land. So these are not cities fighting each other. These are people trying to secure the land, the sweet, sweet agricultural land in the Shephelah. On the western portion of the Shephelah, you had Philistine cities. On the eastern side of the Shephelah, you had Israelite cities. And what's happening is the two are meeting in the Shephelah to fight over the land between the two sets of cities. So you're going to get a very different kind of warfare there than you are with the conquest. As I said, the conquest is they're sieging cities from place to place to place. In the case of the Philistines, both sides are mounting very, very large armies to fight. So that's going to have different ramifications of how your leaders are going to be, or what good they're going to be as such. So David is not going to be hanging around where he can get knocked off. Just because of if a battle like that goes upside down, like it happened to Saul. Because remember, Saul did one of these battles. Saul dies at the hands of the Philistines. And that happens during one of these large engagements where Saul is caught. The Israelite army is more or less destroyed by a large Philistine contingent, and Saul takes his own life. And that's sort of the last thing they wanted for David. So even though Caleb and Joshua were older at the conquest than, say, David, the style of warfare had changed, that it was really no longer a good idea for the king to be out there if he couldn't fight. So, okay, let's move on to the next one here. Next super chat. Member question from Francis Dobbs. Thank you for the question. What is your theory as to why God told the Israelites not to eat pork? This is one of those interesting questions. Is we know why they originally didn't eat pork. And that was because pig farming fouled waterways. That was the reason. And that was the reason they didn't eat pork in Egypt. Okay? So in Egypt, the Egyptians didn't eat pork because pig farming fouled waterways. It still does. I mean, anyone who's been downwind of a pig farm, oh, the smell. Oh, absolutely disgusting. Um,
Army.
yeah, CPN versus DOS, and the Nile does not need to get worse. It was so bad. Like, here's the thing: if you had a farmer, because here's the thing, it's not just one farm that was affected. It was every farm behind the pig farm. So the canals would run in off of the Nile, and a single canal might be the water source for a dozen or more farms. So if the first guy is a pig farmer, every farmer after that gets the stench. So it was very, very inconsiderate to be a pig farmer in Egypt. So, um, so that's one of those things where it's just, um, yeah, you don't want the Nile to get worse, but at the same time too, um, the exact reason why the Israelites are told not to eat pork does seem to be somewhat related to agricultural um practices, like say for example, because in Israel most of the farming is taking place in, say, the Judean foothills, and water runs downhill. Those who are on the other end of that, like for example, if you do pig farming in the Judean foothills, some of that effluent is going to end up in the Shafela, and that's not going to smell good. So the dude, pig farms in Israel are very clean. Pigs are kept in raised, slatted platforms. Yeah, well, modern pig farming is exceptionally clean. In fact, your chance of, I mean, it used to be that you could pick up trichinosis from undercooked pork. Modern modern pig raising has pretty much eliminated trichinosis in pig populations, because you can't go. Oh, yeah, a lot of pig farms are more sterile than a surgery. I mean, really. I mean, you can't go into a pig farm. I mean, you can't go into a modern pig farm without like wearing a hazmat suit and bunny boots. You know, because and if you have, say, a the flu or a cold, you're not permitted to go into a pig farm, and the pigs are separated by plexiglass. So, Francis Dobbs says, so how did East Asia deal with it? They love pork. Oh, well, East Asia allowed the stench, essentially. They put up with the stench of pig farming. The also thing we have to understand too about East Asia as well is that it didn't have a trichinosis problem either. Okay, trichinosis is mostly a New World problem. Trichinosis is something that really didn't infect European pigs until pork goods from North America were exported to Europe. Okay, so um, so there wasn't any trichinosis in the old world until say after Columbus. Okay, so that's something that sort of gets introduced back into the old world, but it's mostly a New World problem. Uh, in fact, the major cause of trichinosis these days is actually eating undercooked cougar. And I do mean the large cat here. Um, I think the last was it the last case of trichinosis was in like in 1994 when somebody ate cougar jerky from one of those roadside things. Yeah, don't eat cougar jerky. It's not good for you, man. Or cook it real well before you do. But yeah, it's yuck. Yeah, icky ick. Okay, let's move on here. So that's about pigs. So essentially it's probably an agricultural thing more than it is actually a disease vector. Okay? So Francis, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat or the member question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from AJ Higgins, composer, for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Mesopotamia by Gwendolyn Like. Uh, don't know much about it. I haven't read it, so I can't really comment on it. I only comment on books that I either have at least looked at, investigated, and I've read myself. I haven't read this one, so I can't say. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to give this one a miss. But thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Mama has a member question here. Ooh, regarding keto. I've now shed 60 pounds. My blood pressure is lower. My balance is much improved. My family says it's like I'm back after being gone for a decade. And you were right. Cream cheese is my best food friend. Congratulations. We're so happy for you. Yeah, cream cheese is an essential if you're on keto. Absolutely. So we appreciate that report. Thank you so much, and we're so happy for you. So keep up the good work. AJ Higgins for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, any new developments coming from Shiloh? ABR's still digging there. Okay. That's the Associates for Biblical Research are still operating their dig there. Uh, they have not done a proper field report of their findings at Shiloh. I don't know if it'll ever come through. Scott Stripling keeps promising a field report from Shiloh, but I don't know if they'll ever do it. Honestly, I th- I think they're afraid at this point that some of their rejiggering of the of the dates, especially for the late Bronze Age material, is going to bite them hard, like uh, what happened with the Mount Ebel curse amulet. What I did recall, I mean, when I attended their conference this year, um, they were very specific about the Iron Age dates because that's safe. Very vague on the Bronze Age dates. That's not safe for their position. So they're um so I don't know how they're going to handle that with a report. I mean, it's one thing where at a conference paper that they could sort of fudge things because no one's going to check their work, at least not in excruciating detail, but with a peer-reviewed publication, oh yeah, all sorts of people are going to be checking their work. And I think they're kind of being cautious at this point because of bad press they've gotten. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Oh, they did have a couple of good papers. Like there was one on 3 handled jars that was pretty good. But you know, there's not a whole lot new coming out of Shiloh at the moment. We'll see what their dig session next year looks like. But mostly what they reported was more architecture. So they're still digging up buildings there, but okay. here to. Darkblade asks, would I have to abandon milk if I went on keto, which probably won't happen? Yes, you would. You substitute it with cream or with almond milk. Oat milk will work, I think, too. Or soy milk. Soy milk, I think, will work. Basically, you don't want any milk, any sort of milk substitute that is too high in sugars. Lactose is a sugar. Regular milk is too high in lactose. So, no milk. You can't have milk. You can have cheese. All the cheese you want. You can have lots of cheese. But you can't have milk because of lactose. So, milk is off the diet if you're on keto. Thomas Hall asks, how reputable is ABR Associates for Research? Not at all. Okay, here's the thing with them. They're very good at excavating. They're very good field archaeologists. They're good diggers. Really good diggers. You just can't trust them to report it honestly. Okay? They have an ideology. Okay? They only care really about one thing, which is the date of the Exodus. They are very, very committed to an early Exodus view, which is that the idea that the Exodus came about in 1446 BC. Very committed to this. So, if the data doesn't match their ideology, they'll change the data. They will change the data in some really crazy and disingenuous ways, because they seem to hold this belief that, okay, the data doesn't support them now, so all we have to do is pretend the data says something else, and then down the road sometime a new discovery will be discovered that will confirm what they believe in the end, because that's God's truth. So they're not a really reliable source of information. And they have been involved in some really dodgy stuff, like the Mount Ebal curse amulet, okay, or the redating of the pottery at Jericho. That was also very dodgy too. So they don't have a good reputation in the archaeological community. And really isn't even their ideology so much as what they do with the data that really sort of turns archaeologists off to them. Because they are actually really good at excavating a dig. Really good. They're organized. They know how to raise funds for digging. You know, a lot of archaeologists have worked with them, but they're also very cautious typically on how they work with them, because they know how ABR can distort things at times. So, they're not reliable, essentially, or reputable, as it were. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Okay, I'm going to take a couple-minute break, get some more coffee, and I'll be right back.
Somebody.
Okay. What time? All right. All right, I'm back. I got more coffee here. 10:30. Okay. 10:30. What's happening at 10:30? Okay, let's take that after as we go along here. Francis Dobbs, what do you put in your coffee? Nothing. I drink it black. Black. Mm. Caffeine must flow. All right, we got here another super chat here from looks like Oliver Hoover. Next. Oh wait, we got some more. Sorry, they're not next. Next one here is actually by Mr. Trash Rat. Okay, next, Mr. Trash Rat. Mr. and Mrs. Falk, do you fear each other dying? If so, how do you deal with it? If not, why and how? What happens to married couples in the hereafter? Okay. As one married couple to another, yeah, we fear our spouse dying. We don't ever want to go through that. Nobody ever wants to go through a spouse dying. It is going to happen, though. So, you plan for it. You try to make sure the other person is cared for. You do the best you can with what God has given you to do it. And what happens in the hereafter is you become good friends. Okay? You know, here's the thing. You know, married couples ceased being in that married sexual union after in the hereafter. But the relationship goes on. You know, you just become better friends in the hereafter. At least if you were friends in this this existence. You know, you're not always sure with all marriages, but yeah, if you're both saved and you're both friends in this, you know, my wife is my best friend. You know, if she goes first, I'm going to really miss her. But it will be in the afterlife, we will be the best of friends because we're the best of friends here. So that's what happens in the afterlife. Your relationships is what you take into the afterlife. You're not going to take gold. You're not going to take money. You're not going to take crypto. What you're going to take into the afterlife is your relationships. That's what you're taking into the afterlife. And the most important relationship you have on planet Earth is the relationship between, after your relationship with Christ, is your relationship with your spouse. So, yes, your wife is not going to have the same relationship that you have with, say, Christ in the afterlife. But you're going to have a very strong relationship in the afterlife. Stronger than you had probably here on Earth. So, yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Keep Learning says, is it like when you're in church, you act more like as siblings in faith? Yeah, brothers and sisters, but you know, the fact is that your relationship with your spouse in the afterlife is probably going to be stronger than, say, your actual siblings or the fellow people that you go to church with. It will be the closest relationship you have in heaven after that of your Lord. So absolutely, there will be, you know, you're not bound by marriage in a sexual sense because we'll be like the angels, neither given in marriage or taking in marriage. But that doesn't mean that the relationship doesn't go on. That's the one thing we are taking to heaven with us, is our relationships. So, Anyway, Mr. Trashrat, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope you have a great Christmas. Okay, next one is... Okay, next one here is from... Kusmare for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Kusamare, sorry. Thoughts on Micah 5:5-6? How does this relate to Jesus? Well, let's take a look. Micah. Micah 5:5-6. Okay. And we will actually start with verse 4. And he will arise and shepherd his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God. And they will remain, because at the time he will be great to the ends of the earth. And this one will be our peace. When the Assyrian invades our land, when he tramples on our citadels, then we will rise against him 7 shepherds and 8 leaders of men. And they will shepherd the land of Assyria with the sword. The land of Nimrod at its entrances, he will deliver us from the Assyrian when he attacks our land and when he is trampled on our territory. Okay. So... yeah, okay. So there is a messianic, but the messianic starts at verse 2. But as for you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, too little to be among the clans of Judah. From you, one will go forth for me to be a ruler in Israel. So there's your messianic. That's your messianic prophecy right now, that the Messiah will be born in Bethlehem. His goings are from long ago, from the days of eternity. So there's more messianic right there. So here's what's going on when we get to actually verses 5 and 6. Is that what you have here is a contingent. So this is the Messiah that's going to protect his people. And it also predicts in verse 3 that the remainder of his brethren will return to the sons of Israel. Okay? So, he's going to be protector of the land. Protector of their cities. Okay? So, that's what's sort of going on here, is that it's not saying that Assyria is going to invade after Messiah, but should they invade, he will protect. And that they will, rise with their Messiah to protect. So that's what's really going on here, is that it relates to this is what's called sometimes the warrior god motif, where God is not just, say, somebody who saves, but someone who protects and shepherds his people. So this is the prophecy of the rise of a ruler from Bethlehem Ephrathah, and who will then basically protect his people. So that's essentially what's going on here. It's more the idea that the Lord, through his Messiah, will be the ruler of Israel. He will be the one who protects the Israelites like they're his own. That they will come together in unity behind him, and that if they are ever attacked, there's protection. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, let's take some more AT Ministries ones here. How does Saul being king and Samuel being judge at the same time work? Oh, easily. Okay. Samuel was the last judge. Okay. He's the judge that saw the transition to the king. Now, a judge is sort of an arbiter of justice. Okay. So, judges were not so much kings, although they could act sometimes like kings. But judges were typically arbiters of justice. So they basically resolved disputes. Because back in the time of the judges, there was no king to settle disputes. There were no courts. So these basically important community leaders, which were the judges, some were prophets, they acted as the arbiters of disputes. Okay? Saul being king didn't take away from Samuel's effectiveness as an arbiter of disputes. So, the two could work together at the same time. Now, Saul was not a very good king. He was actually not a very good king at all. So Saul didn't always resolve disputes. He was more interested in fighting in the Philistines. Saul was very much engaged in the wars, in the agricultural wars. So he sort of left that up to Samuel. Later on, this is going to become a sore spot where kings stop arbitrating disputes. And we see this, for example, where Absalom, in the Absalom rebellion, Absalom uses the fact that David is no longer arbitrating disputes to show he's a just king, unlike David. So yeah, there's that. Deducitude, if Saul was not a good king, why was he chosen? Because he's the sort of king Israel wanted. Okay? Here's the thing. When Saul was chosen as king, Israel wanted a king like the other nations. God gave him a king like the other nations. Those were not good kings. Dude, you got it right here. Tall, confident, good looking. Yeah, that's the sort of king the Israelites wanted. Tall, confident, good looking. Prone to pride. Yep. Exactly. So yeah, they were yeah, and he acted exactly like, not completely like it. There was some I mean, Saul had some boundaries, okay? Saul did not collect many wives. He was one of those. He in some ways kept certain aspects of the law pretty well. He did not collect much gold. He was not known for his collecting of wives, unlike his successors. His horses, yeah, his horse collection got out of control. Okay, but yeah, he was very much the sort of king Israel wanted. And it was basically a way of showing Israel, yeah, you got what you wanted, but it's not what you needed. Okay? So that's why Saul was anointed. Because it's what Israel wanted. All right, let's move on to the next one here. So, next one here. How do we know when the Bible talks about Kish versus Cush? Okay. Context. The only way we can know. They're spelled the exact same way. This is the problem. Uh, early, early classical biblical Hebrew didn't have vowels. So, the spelling of Kish and the spelling of Cush looked exactly the same. It's only later on where they start adding vowels to the consonants. And by that point, the distinction between Kish and Cush was very blurred. Okay? But context is going to tell you which one's which. Okay? So, if it's coming out of Africa, or if it's a people that originated in Africa, it's going to be Cush. If it's people originating in Mesopotamia or in Syria, it's going to be Kish. And that's how you can tell the difference. But it sometimes is going to take some discernment to do that. So, that's how we can tell. It's context. Context. And there is no Kish, by the way, in Arabia. All right, just laying that out there. Again, that's Genesis 10 ethnography, and we got to be careful of that stuff too. So, just understand that of where things are, but keeps learning. No offense, but some people confuse Austrians with Australians. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Next one from AT Ministries. What caused the large amounts of pain in Egypt? You mean the ones that needed opium? Manual labor, injury, arthritis. We find a lot of arthritis among Egyptians. Crazy amount of arthritis. We do see a lot of arthritic joints among mummies. Dental pain, especially once they start eating dates. There's a lot of cavities. The need for root canals that never happened. There was a lot of Egyptians had abscesses. There was a lot. Not sand in the bread. That's been disproven now. Scott Worthington says sand in the bread. No, that's been totally disproven now. There was a study done in 2017, 2018. I saw this paper at the RC conference where they looked at dental caries. Dental carie is a cavity, okay, in mummified jaws. And one of the interesting things that they discovered is that the wear of the teeth, where they form the cavities, isn't on the grinding surface. It's on the sides. Okay? Now, this has on the buckles of the tooth. Now, what this shows is that what causes those cavities isn't grinding from sand. If it was grinding from sand, you'd get it on the cavity on the top of the tooth, on the crown of the tooth. But because of it was on the side, it had to be something sweet that stuck to the side of the tooth, and it was bacterial decay. So, there's more than enough evidence now to show that sand was not really an issue for in bread. Caused almost the vast. I mean, they know now that it's essentially dates. They also found that the Egyptians had relatively little cavities until the Amarna period. The Amarna period is when we first start seeing dates being introduced to Egypt. So they're not eating a lot of dates. Dates are sticky. Dates are full of sugar. Dates will stick to your teeth and give you cavities if you don't brush. And the Egyptians didn't brush. So we know now that the primary cause of cavities in Egypt was the consumption of dates. and that's begins in the Amarna period. So, it's yeah, that's that idea that sand in Egyptian bread caused them to have bad teeth. That's something that's that's 19th century archaeology, and it's been, as I said, now disproven. So, hope that helps. Darkblade, do any Egyptian mummies show evidence of cancer? Yes, they do. Where there are several kinds of cancer that we find in Egyptian mummies. So, yes, the Egyptians did suffer from cancer, just like everyone else does. And we do see, like, for example, the pitting in bones that's caused by cancer. So absolutely, we do find fourth stage cancers in Egyptian mummies, and they're not that uncommon. They're not that uncommon. Okay. Next one from AT Ministries is, who are the three kings you think might have reigned during the time of Joseph, and what do we know of them? The three would be, let me pull them up here, because I don't even remember their names. The three that would have reigned around the time of Joseph would have been Benanu, Apek-Hiran, and Genasi Ad. Those would probably be the three most likely kings. And they're each kings that are said to have reigned around 11 years. So that's in that sweet spot of 1650 and following. So those are the most likely candidates. It is possible that Sarudagan might have been one of the rulers too. He's earlier than Benanu. But and then after that, after Genasi Ad, Sikru Hadu is also a possibility as well. But there's several kings in the 15th dynasty that would have overlapped with the time of Joseph. So what we know about them, almost nothing. We almost know nothing about those kings. All of them. We know they existed. We find them in Manetho. We also find some of their cartouches, but they didn't leave us any documents. So, there's just no evidence that we can sort of pin things to. Yeah, here's the problem though, Scott, with that. He says non-ABR early daters would date Joseph likely kings as members of the 14th dynasty. Just throwing out a minority opinion, believe what you will. Yeah, the problem with that is the 14th dynasty predates the chariot. So there's going to be some issues there that you don't get really any chariotry in Egypt until that 1666 date. And once you're to 1666, you're already in the 15th dynasty. So yeah, so it's just not, the 14th dynasty is just not viable. DBC 2000, what about Cayenne and Joseph? Cayenne is possible. He's a little bit, he's after Sikru Hadu. So there could have been some overlap between Cayenne and Joseph. But at that point, you're starting to push the extremities of what's likely here. So a possibility is possible that there might be some overlap between Joseph, but it would probably be later in Joseph's tenure. AJ Higgins asks, what was Roll's Joseph statue supposed to be actually? We figure it is a 13th dynasty prince, essentially. A 13th dynasty royal official, or not royal official, noble. It's probably a better way. Nobility. Okay? So it dates to the 13th dynasty. It's soundly royal statue. That statue dates firmly in Dynasty 13. It's before Dynasty 14 by quite a margin. So you're talking roughly that statue is roughly in the I would say it's in that late 19th century, early 18th century BC. Okay? So it really predates Abraham. That statue actually predates Abraham by about 100 years. So it's probably one of the local Semitic princes. Probably not a Hyksos because the Hyksos hadn't arisen yet. But that's really what we're talking about here. Is we're talking about the overlap between the city-state of Avaris and Dynasty 13, and it's just gonna be one of those things where just too early to be anything that's we would consider to be in the time frame of the patriarchs. Okay, so, but I hope that helps. But it sure is suggestive with that varicolored tunic. But then again, too, we find varicolored tunics as early as Dynasty 12. So, and mid Dynasty 12. So, okay. Let's move on here to the next one. Yeah, just to wrap up here on AT's question. Yeah, we know almost nothing about these kings because we almost know nothing about any of the kings of the Second Intermediate Period. Dynasty 15 kings, we know almost nothing. We have a total, as Darkblade pointed out here, we have about 25 pages of documents from the Second Intermediate Period for the whole period. So for 150 years, only about 25 pages of text survive. It's not much to go on. It's really not much to go on. So we don't know much about these kings at all, other than from the biblical text, it was during the time of the chariot. So we know that these kings had to post-date 1666, because that's when the chariot's introduced into Egypt. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Luke 15, verse 1. What would denote someone as a sinner? Let's go to look. Luke 15 and verse 1. Okay, now all the tax collectors and the sinners were coming together near him to listen to him. Okay, who is the classification here is of sinners as these are basically people who are in a ritual pattern. Or it's not a ritual, a pattern of sin that excludes them from the assembly. Okay, so these were people that were not allowed in the assembly of the Lord or the temple precinct because of their pattern of sin or lifestyle that was considered to be ineligible for them to enter into the temple. Okay, this would be people like prostitutes, tax collectors. And tax gatherers are added here too. Adulterers, yes, even though it was supposedly under a death penalty, people still did it. Okay. Guys who wouldn't keep kosher law, there's a lot of there's a lot of categories that this could follow, but basically stuff that made you ritually impure to the extent that you couldn't enter into the assembly. So these aren't your just regular sinners here. These are people that have a compelling life or a repetitive lifestyle of certain sins. Okay, those that particularly that made you a pariah in the community at large. Okay, so again, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Scott says Yehudia pottery and know-how of chariots went on in the same trade routes opened up during the 14th dynasty stabilization. Follow Yehudia pottery, follow the money. It's more complicated than that. Yeah, it's not. It didn't go the same way. No, not. The fact is that the chariot had to be adapted for Egyptian use. Okay, you couldn't just take a Semitic chariot, move it over into Egypt, and just expect it to work. So that's not the way that these things developed. We also know that the particular use of the horse as well was a matter of local breeding. And the reason we know that is because we have the osteology of horses that show when the introduction of the bit and bridle were used. You can't have a chariot without a bit and bridle. And the bit and bridle, the bit deforms the horse's teeth. So we know exactly when horses suitable for chariots were extant in Egypt. Because we've got a lot of those osteological remains. So yeah, it's not so simple as to say Yehudia pottery. And Yehudia pottery is just general second intermediate period anyway. So there were trade routes from Asia that had come into Egypt in the 14th dynasty. That goes without saying. But you don't have the horses, essentially. Without the horses, you don't have the chariots. So Scott Worthen says Bronze Age Semites and their horses everywhere, so annoying. Yeah, they weren't in Egypt though. That's the problem. Is we don't find, we start seeing the import of certain kinds of horses during the 15th dynasty, and they're bred with the local horses. Now, the local horses in Egypt were not suitable for chariotry. The Egyptian wild horse had a weak back. It broke easily. You couldn't bareback ride an Egyptian horse. You couldn't saddle them up for chariot. You'd break them too easy. They had to be interbred with, say, horses from the Levant, and that breeding did not take place until the 15th dynasty. So yeah, there's no evidence of Semitic horses being used prior to that point. It just isn't there. We would see it in the osteological remains if it was. So, all right, let's move on to the next one here, which is from Cloud for 499. Thank you for the super chat. What's the deal with natal charts and zodiacs? Why are they so accurate? They are?
They're accurate.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where people read their conceptions into them. Yeah, no, Scott. Sorry, that doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. But nice try. Okay. But yeah, Zodiacs is one of those things where, um, they're so vague that people can read just about anything they want into them. They've done experiments on this when people have read zodiac signs about character traits, and then they just move the signs around. And it's just people will just identify with whatever is read to them. So yeah, they're not accurate. It's just that we have a very very high tolerance for ambiguity, and zodiac things are very ambiguous. So there's nothing accurate about them at all, really. So unfortunately, that's the way it is. Hope it helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Scott Worth, and we are talking about 150 years fudge factor. No, we're not. The earliest horse remain was found at Buchan. That's the oldest horse remain we found with evidence of bit and bridle, and that dates to solidly to the beginning of Dynasty 15. So that's not even argued. It's not even argued. So there's no wiggle room there. There's no wiggle room there. So okay, next one here is from. Let's go on. Scott adds here 150 largest length of time of the 14th dynasty last. 150 years was this entire second intermediate period. So I mean, nobody thinks that the 14th dynasty lasted 150 years. Nobody thinks that. The 14th dynasty was essentially a wandering group of warlords. Nobody thinks that the 14th dynasty was sequential. Nobody. So, at most, people are thinking that the 14th dynasty maybe was 50 years. But they're just regionally, every city has 14th dynasty warlord, at least until the Hyksos. Okay, we got a very generous super chat here from Ike the Great for $200. Thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Donations like this really help us at this time of year. It's been a lean year thanks to the YouTube throttle, the great YouTube throttle. Yes. We've now kind of figured out the reason why YouTube is throttling content creators. It's so that they can divert funds to get their foot into Hollywood. Okay, so they're priming the platform for basically to try to get into Hollywood. Okay, they want to replace Netflix as the next Hollywood. So because of that, everyone's revenues are down by about at least 25%, like ours is. We're not much different here. So that's so donations like this are really really helpful. So we really appreciate this, and thank you so very much for that generous support. Now he says here, speaking of cars, Axe 2-1. were the early believers with all accord. Ooh, bad pun. And in one place as older translations say, or just in one place as newer translations say. Seems very different meanings. What does the Greek say? Okay. That I'm going to have to pull out my Nestle Aland for, because that is a text critical issue. See what the Nestle Aland says, because that is where we're going to get this. Okay. Acts 2, verse 1. One. Okay. I'll just pull up the translation here. Acts 2. Okay, so the difference here, the older translations say believers in one accord and in one place, or just in one place as newer translation. Okay, so one accord. So, and Titan day, okay. Pentecost, okay. Pentecostus. Okay. Pontus. All right. Yeah, this is a text critical issue here. So essentially what's going on here is that older Byzantine texts have of one accord and together in one place, okay? So newer basically more reliable manuscripts have only the one place. So it's one of those things where, say, if you're using, say, the majority text, or say the Byzantine texts, like the Textus Receptus, you're going to find that one accord and one place in the Greek. But if you go to, say, other text type families, you're just going to get the one place. Okay, so that's what's going to happen there. So that's so there are, it is a different meaning, but the Greek text, there's these, what you're dealing with here is two text variants. And in fact, there's more than two text variants here. So let me just count how many there were. There is 1, 2, 3. So there's 4 different text variants for that one verse. Okay. So yeah, homothymadon, yeah. So, yeah, so you basically find that of one accord in, say those older text types. So So that's pretty much what's going on there. Is that in one place? You'll find that in all the texts, pretty much. What you won't find in all the text is that one accord. So modern text critics are going tend to be more conservative with as far as their text criticism goes. So what happens is when you say get a source, basically a text critical edition, like Nestle and Land, what's going to happen is they are going to look at, say, the text families, and then they're going to basically say, okay, given what we have, what's the most likely reading? So yeah, exactly. Homu versus Byzantine, Homothymadon. Yeah, so there's more than one reading here, and most translators are going to probably side with the newer translation here because it's based upon a more likely reading based upon the texts that we have. Okay, so that's really what's going on here. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity too to the channel. It really helps, and we so very much appreciate it. Yeah, Keeps Learning points this out. Homu versus Homothymadon. Yeah. So basically, one unity versus one accord. So they're different words, and the Byzantine actually includes that as the more as well. So absolutely, yeah, this is one of those text critical issues. So that's what's going on there. So it's not just that they're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes here, but it's just one of those things where we've got multiple texts, especially in the New Testament, and they don't have the same. They're not written out the same. So there's little differences here, and the text critical edition is going to say what's most likely here, which is one place. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Scott comes back here with, so your assertion of 50 years continuity before dissolution is 13th. Yeah, absolutely. Most of that continuity, most of that 14th dynasty happens at the end of the 13th. The two are contemporaneous. Contemporary to the 14th dynasty's United Monarchy. Yeah, there's no United Monarchy in the 14th dynasty. There was the 13th dynasty, which had some city-centered warlord factions. The 13th dynasty was located at Ichitawi. No, they didn't have city-centered warlord factions. That's not how the 13th dynasty worked. No, the 13th dynasty was based out of Ichitawi. It's the 14th dynasty that had no united monarchy. I don't know where you got that from. You got that reversed. Totally reversed. No, the 14th dynasty had city-centered warlord factions. The 13th dynasty was based out of Ichitawi. That's the continuation of the Middle Kingdom. Scott Worthen. Delta was unified. It collapsed, but was never fractured. No, you got that wrong, man. Sorry. That's not. Nobody thinks that today. There's I mean, you got the Diaspolite rulers. You've got factions in Avaris. You got warlords spread out all over the Delta. It's just. Scottworth and Ichitawi was a 12th dynasty phenomenon. No, it continued right up to the end of Dynasty 13. It held up to the end of Dynasty 13 because that's your Theban dynasty. Your dynasty, your 12th dynasty and 13th dynasties are continuity. Okay, that's your Theban dynasty. And when the Hyksos invade Ichitawi, the 13th dynasty flees back to Thebes. So, yeah, your history is not right here. Sorry. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Oops. The 12th end was the beginning of the intermediate. No, it wasn't. No, 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 it wasn't. The 13th dynasty, the end of the 13th dynasty is the end of the Middle Kingdom. And it's not even the beginning of the second intermediate period. Second intermediate period begins with the fall of Ichitawi. That's where it begins. So, all right, moving on. All right, next one here is from Charlie H for $10. Thank you for the super chat. How should we interpret Ezekiel 1:4-28 in the description of angels? Was this a literal interpretation? All right, I have a pretty good idea what it's talking about here. That's a big text, by the way. All right, and here we go. I'm not going to read the whole thing here, but let's just cover some of it. Let's see here. We'll start here, verse 5. And within it were figures representing 4 living beings, and this was their appearance. They had a human form, and each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings, and their legs were straight, and their legs were like a calf's hoof, and they gleamed like burnished bronze. Under their wings, on their 4 sides, were human hands. As for their faces and wings of the 4 of them, their wings touched one another. Their faces did not turn when they moved. Each went straight forward. As for the form of their faces, each had the face of a man. All 4 had the face of a lion on the right, face of the bull on the left. All 4 had the face of an eagle. Such were their faces. Their wings were spread out above. They each had 2 touching another being, and 2 covering their bodies. All right. That gives us sort of an idea of what's going on here. Now, this is not a literal description. Okay? It is how the human mind fills this in. Okay? Now, what we're talking about with angels is spirit beings. Now, spirit beings can take corporeal form, simulacral bodies, but that's not what's going on here. What we're seeing is angels in the heavenlies. So that's an entire spiritual realm. So the prophet here is trying to explain what angels are like using the best language they can. Now, some of this is going to be inevitably culture informing what an angel looks like. Like, for example, I like to use the term, use the, ghost sightings. Now, whether or not ghosts are real is not neither here nor there. Okay? But people will go to these ghost towns, abandoned western towns. And they'll go into some creepy saloon that's abandoned, and then they'll see a ghost. And it's dressed in the ghost might have a Stetson and a vest and a side shooter or cowboy boots. Okay. He's filling in what he expects to see in a western town because that's the brain trying to cope with this phenomena. Okay? The prophets are human. Okay? They also will see things that their brain fills in. So it's more than a literal interpretation. It's an analogical interpretation. It's an analogical description. Okay? It's done by analogy, but it's also probably some amount of, as I said, the brain filling in what the mind thinks should be there. Well, Stephen Anthony says, an angel can take any form. Usually they use a form you will recognize. That's a bad matter of some debate. It's not clear if an angel can take any form. We don't know that. We do know that spirit beings do have a preferred form. Okay? But we don't know if they can take any form. That's we do, for example, could an angel appear as a purple dragon? Maybe, but maybe not. So we don't know if they can take any form. We do know they sometimes take the forms that look like human beings. We do know that. We do know that they can also present themselves as multi-winged beings with many eyes, too. So, he says, of course they can, and I do know that their true form is a sparkle of God's light. Yeah, that's supposition. That's
no more than we.
Yeah, no more than we are. I mean, if they're created beings, okay. Yeah, I don't like to speculate on that stuff. That's really broaching the point of speculation here. So I think that's to say that in a kind of a absolute assertive kind of way, I think goes beyond the evidence that we have. He says, I'm a dreamer. I've been dreaming with spirit for 30 or more years. Yeah, I don't think that's a reliable way of contacting spirits. Not a way that's healthy anyway. Okay. That sounds like a very dangerous practice to me. Look, if you are in contact with spirits, that's not a good thing. Okay? These spirit critters are dangerous. They're dangerous and unpredictable. It's kind of like, engaging with tigers. Okay? Yeah, you're not gonna... Oh, okay. He says, then you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, they're dangerous. Angels are incredibly powerful, unpredictable, dangerous beings. They submit to God's will, but they're also not permitted to reach out to us either, except under special permission. So, yeah, if you're reaching out to spirits, that's cause for concern.
Oh yeah, the good angel.
Yeah, Grandpong says all spirit beings can be dangerous, including angels. Yeah, like the one that killed the firstborn in Egypt. Yeah, that's dangerous. Angels are very dangerous. They possess the ability to harm humans. This is why they were posted outside the Garden of Eden, to keep humans out, to drive them out. So, yeah, so when I supped before 7 angels, you should say that is dangerous? Oh, totally. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, that's a warning sign to me. Because here's the thing. Even the devil can imitate an angel of light. So, Stephen Anthony also asks, how many of your teachers say it came in a dream? Very few. Yeah, almost none of my teachers did that. But here's the thing. You can't tell what you're dealing with from a dream. Okay? If you are in actual contact with spirit critters, and I don't doubt you are, okay, um, the dark side can imitate an angel of light. Very easily imitate an angel of light. That's what makes it so dangerous to reach out to the other side. It's incredibly dangerous. So, yeah, I would definitely not continue this practice. This is your courting disaster here, essentially. But it's your choice. Okay, go on to the next one here. So, next super chat here. Okay, Oliver Hoover for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Um, could you elaborate on how Amorites are important to the Book of Joshua? I thought Amorites were used interchangeably with the Canaanites in Joshua. Oh no, they're different. Amorites and Canaanites are different. Okay, um, the Amuru or Amorites, they're a Semitic people that migrated from northern Mesopotamia into the Levant. Now, during the Amarna period, they become the big baddies, okay, of the local area. In fact, what's going to happen is they are going to come on in and they're going to conquer the Canaanite city states and form a confederacy across the northern Levant and down into the Judean foothills. They become the big power brokers during the 15th century BC. Okay, so during the Amarna letters, everyone is complaining in Canaan about the Amaru, okay, the Amorites, and they're going to conquer a whole bunch of places, and then they're going to form a partnership, as I said, a loose confederacy of Amorite city states to protect their interests. Okay, so um, so that's what's sort of going on here. So they're not Amorites are not used interchangeably with Canaanites. Okay, they're distinct groups. Canaanites are your local indigenous people in Canaan. By the time of the conquest of Joshua, they're pretty much been pushed out of the northern Levant, and they are now at that point. You find them in the Shephelah, you find them in the some of the southern regions of Judah. You also find them in, say, they move out into, say, southern Lebanon and down a little bit down the coast past the Mount Carmel. Okay, but they're ethnically distinct from the Amorites. The Amorites really got around. Okay, they moved all the way. They reached as far east as Babylon and as far west as Avaris. So, yeah, the Amorites really got around. They were sort of the, as I said, the kind of the wandering bullies of the Bronze Age. So, yeah, they're not interchangeable. They're ethnically distinct. Um, but they become the major power broker in late Bronze Age Canaan. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. All right, next one here is one from 1030. Was it 10:30? Oh, that's a question for God, not me. Okay, next one. Yeah, he says he knows books, but he doesn't know spiritual reality. You know what? I know my Bible. Okay? And I had some interactions with the spirit world too. Okay? But I'm very cautious and I'm very careful about this. Um and the fact that you're claiming that Jesus told you to bring peace to the Middle East, um that raises a whole lot of red flags. Because there's a lot of people out there claiming to have gotten communications from Jesus, and a lot of them haven't. In fact, the vast majority have not. Because Jesus is not primarily concerned with the peace of the Middle East. That's not his big thing. His big thing is his kingdom and the reconciliation of man to God about sin. Okay? So,
You can certainly pray for peace.
oh yeah, you can pray for peace in the Middle East.
You do your bit by not any given.
But if Jesus is asking you to bring peace to the Middle East, that's not his primary concern. So yeah, okay, world peace starting in Zion, but that's Isaiah 2 is a it's not a prophecy of this time. So, yeah, it's his millennial reign when that happens. That's, yeah, I mean, Messianic era, millennial reign, same thing. So that's when you get the peace in Jerusalem, is during the millennial reign, not before. In fact, we're told that there'll be many wars and strifes and rumors of wars and that sort of thing. So, you know, that's just, this is not something that's going to be humanly possible until the coming of return of Messiah. That's the long and short of it. Is peace in the Middle East isn't going to happen. Not until, as I say, not until the coming of Jesus. All right. I'll take this one from AJ Higgins. He says, what's the psychology in ABR in accepting one date of the Exodus, then fudging the data if it doesn't agree with them? It's basically the belief that whatever their interpretation of the Bible is the way it actually is. Okay? So, so this is one of those things that you're just going to see with ABR, is they so fervently believe in their interpretation of the Bible, which is a very literalist when it comes to, say, genealogies, dates, that sort of thing. It's very literal. Numbers, any numbers, they'll take totally literally. That they think that any fudging of the data is temporary. Okay, so it's sort of an ends justifies the means. So that what happens is that when they fudge the data, they think this is only going to be for a short time. What that short time is that they're just going to say, okay, yeah, it's justified to fudge the data right now, just for a little bit, and then the next, maybe 5 years from now, maybe 10 years from now, someone will make a discovery that proves that we were right, and like we can say Ollie Ollie Oxenfree on the data we fudged. That's what it is. It's sort of the ends justifies the means. Because they really believe, a lot of them do, that, and this is getting less so, I'll be honest, less and less of ABR's people are now thinking this way, but at least the old-timers. The old-timers thought that if you didn't believe in the early Exodus date, you were damned. You are going to hell. Okay? So, for them, at least the old-timers, it really was an issue of salvation. A lot of them really thought that if you didn't believe in an early Exodus date, you were a liberal, you were an atheist, you were going to hell, and you were taking people with them. So, if your mindset is that people who don't believe in an early Exodus date are going to hell and taking other people with them, fudging the data here and there a little bit justifies it. Totally. So, yeah, that's sort of that's the psychology there. Is they really think that they're saving people, that they're giving them salvation through their literal hermeneutic, that that they read the Bible literally, they believe First Kings 6:1 literally, and therefore it's sort of get the people in the kingdom now and worry about their facts later. So yeah, that's the mindset. So hope that helps. Okay, let's go on the next one here. From AT Ministries. What's a gander and why does it need sauce? Okay. No, Jack Ray adds here. That's like lying to people to trick them into Islam. Tricking people in saying the Shahada. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a form of tricking people into the gospel. And that's not the way to make disciples. You never make disciples like that. AJ Higgins asks, are you still considering joining their conference? You mentioned that people were trying to recruit you. You know what? I did join the NAS. I did join their organization. A friend of mine, as I said, convinced me that there's really no harm in me doing it. So, and frankly, if I want to give papers there, I mean, what's the worst they can say? No?
Right now.
And I think they're desperate.
Right now, ABR has gotten control, but it was not started by ABR.
Yeah.
And it was never in. They were supposed to be one of.
Yeah. Here's the thing. They were ABR took over the NAS, and the NAS was never meant to be a voice piece for ABR. But ABR right now is in trouble. Or the NAS, I should say, is in trouble. ABR not so much. Okay? ABR is has deep pockets. The NAS doesn't. And the NAS is losing its not just its credibility, but its actual membership. You see, ABR and the NAS are sort of different organizations in how they operate. ABR is basically a collective of associates. So they're basically an organization of missionaries. So ABR is very, very picky on who it allows into its ranks. The NES is not is supposed to be an academic organization, but it's not an organization of missionaries. Okay? So the purpose of ABR is to evangelize using archaeology. This is why, again, why ABR has such a focus on salvation and how the ends justify the means, because for people in ABR, salvation is the key. Okay? So, but the NES is supposed to be an academic conference, not a missionary organization. And the NES right now is hemorrhaging. It's hemorrhaging members. The old guys are retiring and dying off. That's what's going on with the NES. You know, they got enough young people still that they've recruited into ABR that they're going to be able to keep ABR going still for another probably 50, 80 years. The NES doesn't have that long. The NES is running out of time. And the NES has to keep a certain number of members in order to keep their place within, say, the ETS conference. So what happens to the NES if it loses too many members is the Evangelical Theological Society says, you're not big enough here for us to rent a whole room for, so you're going to have to go pay for your own room at your own hotel somewhere else. So I think that hemorrhaging of members has really got them worried. Because without that membership base, they can't justify their existence within the ETS conference to ETS. Without that meeting space, they don't have anything. They need that meeting space badly. So the fact that they're kind of between a rock and a hard place, okay, I'll join them, and I'll give papers, and they'll be free to kick the tires on my papers, and I'm sure they'll be very vicious about it. And that's okay. I'm fine with that. But they should also hear another side of the story, too. Because the NES has been an echo chamber the last 20 years. And they do need dissenting voices. It's only healthy for them to encounter dissenting voices. Because they're getting a shellacking because they haven't been. They've been an echo chamber. And Scott Stripling has treated the NES like his personal echo chamber. So I'm more than happy to help them out by giving them some honest feedback and resistance. So.
And again, it's not that it's how people the motivation.
Yeah, it's how people disagree and the motivations for it.
There are trolls. Trolls are unwelcome. But when somebody has a legitimate scholarly disagreement, and brings up specific points.
They've had a history of muffling dissent. And I think that's kind of finally bit them in the butt. Which is, that's what happens when you quell dissent. Is bad things start happening. Your organization becomes very incestuous. You don't see problems before they are really fester and go malignant. And the fact is, the whole Mount Ebel curse amulet fiasco happened because nobody in their organization would speak up against stripling. That's a black eye. I mean, it really surprised me this year. You know, last year all they could do was talk about the Mount Ebel curse amulet. That's all they talked about last year. Was stuff related to the Mount Ebel curse amulet. This year, not a word. Nobody said anything. So, so I think that's really a issue that they need to deal with, because that fiasco has hurt them. It's really hurt them. Yeah, they got a boost in funding. I remember that Scott Stripling managed to win the ABR a large grant because of the Mount Ebel curse amulet. But I think it's hurt them more in the long run. So, AJ Higgins, composer. Any research you're working on right now that might become papers? Absolutely. Yes, Darkblade. The Berlin pedestal is one of them. Yeah. I will be probably my next paper. My first paper for them will be on the Berlin pedestal, and because I got to get that thing done and out. So, yeah. Berlin pedestal is high on the priority list for that. So I thought, okay, what better place to give that at than at the NAS? That should be fun. AJ Higgins, soon a visitor from the future will arrive and tell us that Dr. Falk has become president of APR and has restructured the whole ball game. Laugh out loud. Could be. Could be. Unlikely, though. Very unlikely. There's still people on that board that do not like me one bit. So, all right. So then, back to AT Ministries question here. What's a gander and why does it need sauce? A gander is a male goose. And it needs sauce because it's just kind of dry. The goose are not dry. Goose are actually very oily birds. Okay? But goose is often served with sauce. Why? I don't know. But they're very fatty birds. They tend to, they're lovely. They're lovely if cooked right. They're awful if cooked wrong. If you cook them right, they will form this beautiful crackly skin. That's just like deep fried skin. I mean, it's a goose well cooked is gorgeous. Okay. A goose not well cooked is an oily mess. Okay. So one of the things when you cook a goose is you have to have it on a catch tray so that the oil all drains off. So, yeah, the sauce is typically what you're cooking the goose, you're basting the goose with. So you're basically basting the goose in the same hot fat that you would, or the gander in the same hot fat that you would baste the goose in. So, keeps learning. Have you tried Chinese Peking duck? Yum. Yes, I have, and it is delicious. Now, are you talking here about just the duck or the full course of Peking duck? Because there's two. Okay. Now you can get Peking duck just as a central dish at most Chinese, but there's also what's called, which is like the full ensemble Peking duck, which is like 6 or 8 dishes, each made out of a different portion of the duck. which is also phenomenally good. Okay? So Darkblade, where does Goose fall on the poultry pricing spectrum? It tends to be on the higher side. It's more than turkey. I mean, turkey's cheap. They're cheap. So it's priced more than chicken, less than pheasant. Okay? So goose is actually a fairly expensive bird if you can get it. It's not the most expensive poultry you can buy. That'd be swan. Swan, I think, is probably the most expensive poultry bird you can get. Now, swan is $1,000 bird. That's $1,000 bird if you can get them. There's like I remember the state of Nevada allowed had a swan hunting season, and as soon as 6 birds were caught, that's the end of the season. They only allowed 6 birds to be taken. So, in England, it's illegal to eat swan. But there are places in the United States that breed swan for eating, and it's like $1,000. Okay? I don't have the money to try swan. So I've never had swan. Okay? I just happen to know about it. So goose is a lot less expensive than that. As I say, it's on the higher end of the domesticated birds. So more expensive than chicken, more expensive than Cornish game hen, more expensive than turkey. As I said, but less expensive than grouse and pheasant. Okay. Peacock's also really expensive too, but peacock is not quite as expensive as swan. So that's where goose falls in the pricing spectrum. So higher than most of the birds that you get in a store, but still affordable if you want one. You can I think you can pick one up for about $60, $70. So it's still within that range of affordability. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's called Beijing duck. Grand Prong, is it called Beijing duck now? Laugh out loud. You know what? You still see it referred to as Peking duck at the Chinese restaurants. They still call it that. I don't know why. Okay. So, uh, that's what a gander is a male goose, and it's the same sort of fatty sauce that's used to baste the goose. So, there you go. All right, next one here is from AT Mysteries. What is the ancient Near Eastern relationship between stars and angels? We're back to analogical language here. They saw stars, and really what we meant by stars is planets. Planets and basically the lights in the sky. And they saw the multitude of them. And they saw them move. So they assumed they were alive. So that's the relationship. Is stars moved across the sky, and angels were seen as the powers that basically, were behind them. So that's the relationship. 7 celestial, 7 planets is a common interpretation of that. AJ Higgins, have you tried alligator meat? Yes, I have. And it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. I love alligator meat. Here's the best way to describe it. It's got the texture of chicken breast, but it tastes like fish. It's really interesting. Yeah, alligator meat's really good. I really like it. I'd eat it any day of the week. It is absolutely delicious. I don't have a supply of it here. I haven't had it since I guess the Garlic Festival was last time, the only time we've had it. Yeah. We had it at Gilroy Garlic Festival. It's delicious. It is absolutely delicious. And I would eat it again in a heartbeat. I would willfully eat. I'd pay to eat it again. Okay, it's good. Really, really good. So, yeah, it's absolutely delicious. Highly recommend alligator. Highly recommend it. All right, next one here is Satan a principality or power? That's hard to say. We're not told exactly what the principalities and powers are. Okay, the principalities, okay, those are basically archons, arcades. They're rulers. And powers are let's see, let's look up that, actually bring that verse up, because that will help to explain it. Okay. Okay, Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers. Okay, those are the arche. Now, is it possible Satan is an arche? Yeah, it's possible. Against the powers, the exousia. Some have suggested that exousia are lower than the arche. And against the world forces of this darkness. Now, this is the cosmic, basically cosmocrator. Okay, rulers of the world. Okay, rulers of the cosmos of this darkness against the spirits of wickedness in heavenly places. Now, what we know about Satan is this. Okay, he's the same guy that was in the garden. He's the serpent in the garden. He's identified in Ezekiel, I believe it's chapter 20, as a throne cherubim. So that's what we know about him. He's a throne cherubim who likes to pretend he's a seraphim. He's not a seraphim. Okay? Seraphim didn't get that close to the throne. Okay? But he's a throne cherub. So, that's what we know about him. He's a throne cherub. He's what's called a covering cherub in Ezekiel. Now, a covering cherub, that was something super specific. That's a throne cherubim. So that's what we know about Satan, is at least the Satan, the capital S Satan. Not talking about the little job description Satans, not the small s ones like what opposed Balaam. No, we're talking here about the big S guy. Okay? So that's what we're talking about here. Yeah, no. Stephen Anthony, he says that evil doesn't really exist in heaven. Yeah, well, evil had access to heaven. So, keeps learning. Is Satan the prince of the power of the air? Ephesians 2:2. Yes, he is. And that's just one of his titles. Yeah, the prince of the power of the air. So that would be a euphemism, another title for the serpent. So that's so is he a principality or power? He could be an arche, because arche are rulers. Exousia, sorry, not exousia. Yeah, exousia. Probably not so much because they're considered a minor. They're the next step down. But what he is, what we know about him is he is a throne cherubim. That's what we knew. At least that's what he was. So what he became after that, we're not quite sure. But we can't be sure exactly what the arches are and what the exousias were either, or the cosmic craters are either, because we don't have firm definitions of those. So it's the best we can do here at this point. Okay, and this follows up on the next question is, what's the difference between a prince, principality, power, dominion, throne, host of heaven? Okay. Um the prince we've already covered, which is the arche. These are rulers. These are rulers of heavenly domains. Okay. And a domain is a sphere of influence. So that is exactly what we're talking about here. Is a prince is basically a spirit critter that has dominion over a place of influence. That place could be a physical place, like for example the Prince of Babylon. It could be a political influence. It could be a moral influence, but basically a ruler over a certain domain of power. Okay. Now, the power exousia is that's basically a sort of being that has the ability to do things. Okay. So they have the ability to carry out certain things within their particular spheres of influence. Throne again is another synonym for arche, basically a being that would be a um um like very much like an arche. And the host of heaven, that's the Sava the Savaot. Okay, the Savaot Hashemayim, the host of heaven, which is basically an army. Okay, a host is an army. That's what a Savaot is. It's an army. So, like for example, when you sometimes hear Yahweh Savaot, that's the Yahweh of armies. Okay, so that's what we're talking about here. Then is the difference here between, say, a ruler like a throne or an arche, or power and exousia, or a dominion, someone who holds, say, influence over a particular domain, or say the Cosmo Crater, which is the world power. But the host of heaven is broader. This is the army of the Lord. This is the Lord's forces against all unrighteousness. Okay? And that can include angels, that can include um say earlier creations that were not don't act as angels but still are under God's are in allegiance to God. So but these are the heavenly powers that God can use to send out as his personal militia, as it were. Okay? So I hope that gives you some indication of the differences between these various classes. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one. This will be the last one from AT Ministries for tonight, which is, what are some underrated spirit critters? Well, what do you think, Mrs. Producer? What are some underrated spirit critters? George? Mr. EC. He's an underrated spirit critter.
There's a
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
in what we can
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know. But I think
That's
there's
that's a
definitely
good
a lot.
take. That's a good take. Mrs. Producer says that there's probably some um, spirit critters out there that serve in less glorious roles. Okay, who do sort of the day to day necessary work of the kingdom. Now we do know, according to scripture, that there are guardian spirits. There are spirits that do protect people. That's probably not a great assignment. Okay? So, there those are um those particular spirit critters, don't get the limelight of, say, the archangels. Let's face it. Michael and Gabriel, they sort of steal the limelight from some of their compatriots, but their compatriots are doing incredibly important work too. We do know, as we said, we're not sure. We're not sure if a guardian angel, and there are guardian angels. We don't know if they're dedicated to a specific person, or if they are in charge of a group of people. We're not sure. Okay, scripture is not clear on this. But what we do know is that they do exist. And we know that they exist for the purposes of our benefit. For our benefit and our righteousness. So they're supposed to help us along the way to salvation. That's the purpose of guardian spirits. Guardian angels, as they were. Okay? And I think some of them do have more power than others. And some of them give headaches more than others. Some of them have more difficult tasks than others, depending on who they're signed. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, there's some that get under. We have to understand that the whole spirit world is a diverse fauna of various kinds of spirit critters. They don't all do the same job. So, so that's what we know. That's what we know. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. So that's going to be the last AT Ministries one for the night. And let's go on. Let's wrap up the rest of the questions here. And we'll take a variety of super chats and non-super chats as we wrap it up here. Lou Sandefeld asks, why did Israel repeatedly worship other gods when they had direct encounters with God, miracles, theophanies, and constant divine intervention? Because they were sinners. That's why. One of the fundamental sins of Israel was not just its lack of faith, but its idolatry. It's chasing after other gods as an insurance policy. The fact is that Israel didn't, if you really think about this, they didn't experience God on a day-to-day basis. They experienced it much like we do. So, because they experience God the same way, more or less, that we do, they chased after other gods as insurance policies. So they didn't trust God. Because they didn't trust God, they followed after other gods. Ones that they thought might be more effective. Why trust in one God when you can have several? They're fallbacks. It's fire insurance. It's their form of fire insurance. So yeah, the Israelites had more experiences and encounters with God than the other nations, but they also fell back on what's very human. Scott says, trust being emotional rather than a faith belief-based. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Yeah, that's not unfair. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Diversification. Yeah, that's it. Diversification. AJ Higgins asked, "Why did David marry so many Women? Was it out of spite because Saul wouldn't give him Michal?" No, because that's what kings did back then. It was political. A lot of David's marriages were political marriages. Basically, marriages with other warlords, other foreign countries. A lot of them were treaty wives. Basically, the more important you were as a king, the more wives you had because you had more treaties. Okay, so kings of that time often had many wives because of that. So it wasn't out of spite. The problem was that God did not intend the kings of Israel to have many treaties, and not and also did not intend to them to have many wives. DBC 2004. So it wasn't his libido? No, this wasn't a libido. Here's the thing. Having royal wives was expensive. The king had to feed all those women and their children, because they're his children. It was expensive. A lot of the budget of a royal household was just keeping the women fed, clothed, housed, guarded. So, so it's not just his libido that's involved here. We do know that one time he does follow his libido. So, it's one of those things where it's just, it just became we're going to collect more treaties because that gives us more influence. Scott says Solomon supposedly had how many? I believe it was 700 wives and 300 concubines. Now, a concubine is not exactly a wife. It's a sexual slave used for procreation. Mama says David balked at marrying Michal because he couldn't afford it. Well, he married her, but it was Saul that dissolved the marriage. He dissolved the marriage so that he could marry Michal off to somebody else. And so when David comes collecting Michal, she's already the wife of another man. Mama said, which is why Saul used to try to get David killed. That's one of the reasons. The other reason was jealousy, pure jealousy. People loved David more than they loved Saul. He was a war hero. Dude was a war hero. He had killed many more Philistines than Saul did. His exploits were famous. So a lot of reasons why Saul tried to kill David was just plain old jealousy. As I said, Saul annulled the marriage between David and Michal in order for him to marry Michal off to some other local potentate. I forget his name. But it was to cement a political alliance. And David wasn't useful as a political alliance at that point. So Saul would have rather given his daughter to somebody who could have benefited him politically. So that's what was behind the dissolution of the marriage with Michal and the remarrying of the daughter to someone else. Of course, when David went to collect Mikkel, basically told the guy, you know what? You can give up the wife or give up your life. The wife or your life? Dude chose his life. He said, yeah, she ain't worth it. You can have her. Ah, how charming. True love. True love. Good times. Good times. Okay. All right, let's move on here to the next one. Oh, we're getting close to the end of the night. So. All right, Louis Sandoval for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Isaiah 60. Will rulers and kings exist in the new earth? Yes, they will. Let's see, Isaiah. Take a quick peek at 60 here. And we don't have any, he doesn't say anything specifically which verse, but there will be nations in the new earth. There will be kings and rulers and judges. Okay? Some of these are just to resolve things that are, good-natured disputes. Now, good-natured, here's the thing. Good-natured excuse is, or a dispute is one where both of them think they're in the right. They are not, kind of like who gets the window seat on an airplane. Two people want the window seat. They both can't have the window seat. So judges in the new earth will be, there's my thing again. Stay in studio. Okay, so judges on the new earth will be settling basically disputes like that. Things where, it's not clear cut, but someone has to make a decision either way. Some rulers will be spiritual leaders. Okay, that's, we are told that when Christ returns, we will be judging with him. He will carry a rod of iron, and those who will receive his reward also will have small rods of iron. So they will. That's sort of, think of it. The rod of iron as a scepter. It's a scepter. It's not a beating stick. Okay, it's not a beating stick. It's a small scepter. Okay, and it's a symbol of authority. It's a symbol of authority. So there will be people on the new earth that have authority over others. Not as a way to be bullying or draconian, but just to guide them correctly. So, yeah, there will definitely be kings, rulers, judges on the new earth. So, yeah, that's just sort of part of the system we've sort of inherited as such. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Want to thank Jack Ray for gifting 50 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Very generous of you, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Again, it's been a tough year, so we really, really value your support. Thank you so very much. We so appreciate it. We're getting close to the end here. Okay. And I think that's the end. Okay, we've gotten through to the end of the super chats. And We don't have any questions as far as I know that we can do further here because I think I took them all. So I took them all. So it's 12, almost 12:30 right now. We want to thank. We're gonna probably end it right here then. We want to thank all of you guys for joining us tonight. Want to wish you guys all a very Merry Christmas. You know, we will actually be probably doing a more specifically Christmas live stream next week, which is on the 26th, because frankly, it's closer to Christmas than what we are doing here. But we do want to wish you all a Merry Christmas beforehand, because it's the coming of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who was the second person of the Trinity, become flesh, so that he may take the sins of the world upon himself. And that is the greatest reason to celebrate Christmas, is the coming of our Lord and Savior. As Mama says here, these are things. Discord, Patreon. Discord doesn't help, but Discord's just a great community. Join us on Discord. It's a fantastic community. We love interacting with you. We don't take questions on Discord, but we do interact with you, and it's just a place of fellowship. Okay, Mrs. Producer says the Amazon.ca wish list will be up tomorrow. Patreon, for those of you who help with us, Patreon, that does pay for our equipment. We had to make a equipment purchase this week for our backups, so that you guys paid for that. We really appreciate that. That helps us a lot. So thank you so very much. The same with YouTube memberships. You guys help us keep the equipment going. We so appreciate it. And the PayPal, if you can donate through PayPal, that works out the best for us, because that's considered a gift. We don't pay the taxes on it. YouTube doesn't take its 30% cut. We get the most out of the money through PayPal. So if you want to give us a year-end gift, we would so appreciate using PayPal to do that. And finally, consider buying our book and giving us a review on Amazon, because that helps us even more. So with that said, thank you very much for watching tonight. We're so glad you can make it. This was a fun live stream. We'll see you next week on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.